it's relevant. It doesn't mean that they are the only organizations, but that could be a start from a starting point for you to initiate. There are four speakers today. Each one of them will have about 15 minutes. The first one is already online, so I'll just go ahead and introduce all of them at this point of time, and then once they join in with the session, there is a lab when he said that we will continue conversations which we started yesterday while the speakers are coming on. So, I have Ms. Haraji, and she's from the Institute of Teaching and Research in Ayurveda in Jamnagar and Gujarat. Formerly, she was the director of the All India Institute of Ayurveda in New Delhi. And then she is a recognized expert in Ayurveda. And she also holds the responsibility of natural medicine under the Ministry of Ayush. Then currently she serves at multiple governing councils and advisory boards of Ayurveda Institute. And actively advocates for interdisciplinary and collaborative research and networking to advance social well-being of our communities. That's one of the speakers. And then we'll go ahead and introduce the second one as well. The next one is going to be Dr. Anup Kumar Mishraji. And he's the principal scientist of international relations at ICAR, which is Indian Council for Agricultural Research. And he holds a doctorate in botany from Delhi University, former head of the Indian Institute of Red Seed and Mustard. Next. Do you want to continue? Because the next speakers are not there, so if you finish it, so you have to go up. Okay, let's begin with Tanuja. All right, so it looks like there's a change in the program. So we'll start with talk from Dr. Tanuja Nesuraji. Tanuja, you are online. Please go ahead and get started. You have about 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for considering me. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, so can you please answer, am I allowed to share my my presentation?
Yes.
Yes. So I'm just sharing my presentation. Is it visible now?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm just yes. Now it is on the slideshow mode, right?
Yes.
Can you see it? Yeah. So at the outset, I'm really grateful and thankful to Biraj Karji and entire organizers of the GIST for giving me this opportunity to connect with the highly accomplished audience and the dignitaries in this August gathering and the conference. And it is a long back, 3 years back, I had an opportunity to be a part of Ahara Kranti. The first launching of the Ahara Kranti, I had an opportunity to be a part of the same as well. And I'm happy that Birajkarji, you have taken this to the US because it's a big a challenge, and it is a need of an hour to have consider the nutrition as most important part for the health paradigm, to have the holistic health. The nutrition, what we eat, how we eat, when we eat is also very important. And I'm very happy to share that Ayurveda has all the details. If we understand what is more important and is required, is creating awareness, capacity building, communication, whatever age old practices we are doing, understanding the science behind it, and understanding the science not in terms only on the nutrition like calorie balance, energy, protein, fat, and everything, but what Ayurveda understands Ayurveda as a holistic, samatol, balanced diet, that is also very important. And according to individualized concept like Prakriti, Desha, Kal, so this is very important. So I'll just run through these slides. This is the last moment, but the slides what we have created for this specific context of this nutrition 360. So this is for the individualized need as well as the nutraceutical market, because nowadays having this traditional food, 2 times balanced food, it is big because of the changing lifestyle. The demand of an hour is having the FBOs, food business operators, and we are now creating the Ayurveda Ahar vertical, where even Tetra packs and the food which is available becomes more healthy, and it is readily available to our plate as well, because even the nutraceutical market is like in US it is 396 billions, it is expected by 2030, and growth drivers are prevalence of metabolic disorders and more awareness and the geriatric population and adolescents population. That drives us to have nutraceutical versus functional food versus what is exactly the balanced diet nutrition according to Ayurveda. And that's how we also have to have commercially available balanced and healthy food. That's the need, I think, in the US. All the markets, whatever there are, the healthy bars and the energy bars, but where is the nutrition according to our own tradition? So that also needs to be understood. And as United Nations even in announced 25 as a decade of action of nutrition, because sustainable development goal, again it is the holistic well-being, where nutrition is also very important. And in India also, in Bharat Poshan Abhiyan, the September month was also nutritional initiatives. It's a flagship program to improve nutritional outcome and the holistic nutrition. That's what it is required for the entire each and every human being and living being, I can say. And Ayurveda Ahar, it's a regulation FSSI. So we have under Ministry of Ayush, we have notified as a regulation to regulate the Ayurveda traditional food Ahar, so that the food business operators can also manufacture healthy and standardized way, because the quality safety, the human safety, because it is a nutritional security is also very important, and nutritional safety is also very important. So understanding that this Ayurveda Ahar has been notified, so each and everyone has this opportunity to have healthy, traditional and nutritious food, and can be also marketed and can be prepared for our own need. So this is what exactly is. And now declaration of World Food Day, it is now coming immediately on 16th October, and I am very happy that India has also Bharat has also initiated Eat Right movement. So that Eat Right movement, what is right, I think Ayurveda, which is also deeply rooted in the tradition. It is imbibed in our culture. It is imbibed in our daily kitchen. It is imbibed in our grandma, nanima's nuska. So if someone asks what is Ayurveda, what is the traditional food, and what should I eat? So I always say that if you just close your eyes and if you remember what your grandma was eating, what your grandpapa, and in your tradition, your mother's recipe, that itself is a nutritious. We really have to touch our roots and create more awareness, bring more awareness, and bring more science to that, explain the science, because it is deeply rooted in our community, in our rituals, in our festivals. Like it is Diwali is coming, and we are just distributing dry fruits and the pakwan and mishtana. So that is exactly is the Hemanta Rutu, where the Agni and the season, the nutrition is more required to replenish the tissues. And this is exactly how we create the balance between the external environment and our internal environment. So creating the balance is the food is the media to create harmony and the balance. And that's how the Ayurveda says, which is a knowledge system of health and happiness, where prevention, maintenance of health and management of disease is the main important objectives, and this maintenance and promotion of the health. And this knowledge system, which is our own traditional system, what is more, what it brings, what nutrition brings to us, it is not only bringing from illness to wellness, gives more happiness if we really want to make everyone happy. It is the good, healthy, tasty, and nutritious food makes us healthy as well as happy. And that's how Ayurveda says that the food, balanced food, is not only for health but for happiness as well. And that's how, for holistic approach of health, where mind, body, and the soul, which is the ecosystem, our internal environment, and to have the balance with the external environment. These are the factors where we create balance with the balanced diet, lifestyle, and various daily regimen, seasonal regimen, panchakarma, consultation, spiritual. But the rejuvenation also comes through balanced nutrition. That's why every day we say that some supplements has to be taken for prevention, promotion, predict, and participatory. But what is more important, it's personalized. I think that awareness has to be created. Know yourself first, who you I am, whether I am Vata, Pitta, Kapha dominance, and whether Sattvic, Rajasic, Tamasic. So I balance my energies, dosha energies, with the same type of food, where I get balance between mind, body, and soul, and for the external environment. And that's why the three pillars of health, when we say that, what more important, it is not you take more energy, more balance, and all supplements and vitamins, and that makes you healthy. But what makes you healthy is a balanced food, nutrition, diet, ahara, nidra, and the lifestyle, brahmacharya, aham brahmasi. So charya, that is your own daily regimen. So food, sleep, and the lifestyle, these are the three pillars of the health. That's why balanced food is very, very important. And what Ayurveda says, that it is Mahabhaishajya, that is a supreme medicine. We say that if we have a balanced food, then no medicine is required, even in disease condition. And even if we don't follow the dietary regimen, no medicine will act. That's why it is said that Mahabhaishajya. And that's why when during COVID time, what we have observed, those who had a balanced diet, balanced lifestyle according to Ayurveda, they survived, because food, nutrition is the one which helps in building immunity. Ayurveda says that tushti, pushti, saha. So for oja, which is the innate immunity, to build up immunity, energy source, vitality, not only nourishment, not only caloric balance, but the vital force, prana, oja, comes from the balanced nutrition. The vigor, luster, glow on the skin, everything, and even enthusiasm, utsaha, all this comes with the balanced foods. And that's why it is said that aharam jayatem adya tat atmavan hitam kale bhunjita shadrasam. So the timely balance, that is 6 days, 4 forms should be taken. This is what is written. And that's why food is a Mahabhaishajyam, balanced food. So when we say that it is not protein, whatever we understand, the caloric value, micronutrients, protein, fat, and the carbohydrate balance, but that should have the diversity. As it is envisioned, we have 12 forms. So Ayurveda does not only mention that, even it is Mansa Varga as well. It is pulses. So it should have the combination of all 6 days and 12 forms, in different forms, morning, evening, afternoon, and different season, and in different time zone, whatever is available. Yasya deshasya yo jantu tasya tajaushadamidam. So whatever is available, it should be processed properly. So the proper diet with a proper method of cooking is very, very important. Seasonal and regional adaptation in food practices, because in the winter millets are different, like bajra, pearl millet, and in summer it is a sorghum. So even in the millet, the summer and winter is different. We use more sesame in the winter, but in this summer it is more sweet and the juices are being used. The rasayana herbs like amla, it is a 365 days we can use, but certain pungent like trikatu can be used, ginger can be used in winter, and in the summer it is a cardamom that can be used to balance the energies. But the spices are very, very important to have more agni. So in different region of the US and in different parts, whatever is best suitable to our own thing, like cumin, asafoetida, and whatever, it cannot be exactly same replicated in India, but in US there are adaptations according to season and region. But what is important is a proper nutrition that balances doshas, energy, agni, and also mind, because healthy mind and is in the healthy body, and the ultimate outcome is good immunity. But what is important, not selection of the proper spices for proper dietary substance, like it is a wheat, not only wheat, but there are millets, the different variety of the rices, the pulses, the moong, and different variety of the pulses, the vegetables, the salads, what is to be cooked, what is to be raw. This is a deep science what Ayurveda understands, but more important is quality and the quantity. And the method of preparation, it should be, we say that we are what we eat, but what we say that we are what we digest, because it is Agni. So depending on the digestive capacity and the our mental status should be also optimum. If I am more depressed, anxiety, whatever I eat, it is bulimia, eat more and more. So we should prasanna atmanam bhunjita. So we do the prayers, offer to the God, take the positive energy, and that's why the mental status is also very important. The sleep is also very important, and that's why we say that the three principle what we eat, 6 days, shad rasasya, chaturvidasya, 4 forms. It is not one pot cooking, like it is a smoothie, all 6 days, not, it should be solid, liquid, semi-solid, and hard. So it balances all Panchamahabhutas. When we eat, the most important principle is when I feel hungry, I should eat. And then also, when there is solar energy, it's more important to stimulate the Agni. That's why Suryodaya to Suryasta, sunrise to sunset, all breakfast, lunch, and dinner should be complete. And during the night, I should stop, because that helps in metabolism. So this is very important. How much? 1/4 should be left. Like while we cooking in the pot, if it is completely full, everything will be uncooked. The same is in the stomach. So 1/4 should be left for having the churning and the cooking. This is what Ayurveda says. And that's why it says that hitashi syat, mitashi syat. So what is best for you, that you should take. And mitashi syat, it is not, because in America everything is in excess. So I like, that means I should not eat everything in excess. So mitashi, the quantity, the portion is also very, very important. And these are the some of the factors where Agni, person specific, it is your digestive capacity, the quantity according to your digestive capacity, and the Prakruti. Because Pitta persons cannot have more hot, like tea, coffee, that will cause harm to Pitta dominant persons who have a hot temperament. And for Kapha, more ginger can be added to their tea. So ginger tea, cardamom tea, it is for Pitta and Kapha. So similar we have to understand. And food specific, certain combinations cannot be incompatible. We say that the fruit and the milk cannot be compatible. These are incompatible combinations. So certain taste cannot go with each other. Salt cannot be added in any other, like in milk, sour, and the salt cannot be taken with milk. So these are some of the things. The time is also very important, as we know that in our Indian tradition, the nanaktam dadi punchat. So the curd is not taken at night. So that we have to understand. And also the region specific is also very important. In the dry and in the Rajasthan, the dry and hot temperament, more ghee is being used. And in certain conditions, the more dry things are, roasted things are to be used. So these condition of the region, season, time, everything is very, very specific. As I mentioned, that Agni, that, that is your digestive capacity, because even in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says that Aham Vaishvanaro Bhutva Praninam Dehimashrita. So it is, if at all the God resides in us, it is in the form of metabolic fire. And that's how more immunity we have to consider in this context. And the more spices are like, it is the boon to us, but selection and the judicious use of spices starting from cumin to ajwain, jeera, ajwain, all the spices, if we select proper spice and the quantity, I think that really stimulates and maintains our metabolic fire. And anything which is unhealthy can be turned into healthy with the proper processing, sanskara. So that sanskara on the food is also very important. That's why pathya becomes apatya and apatya becomes pathya with matra, kala, kriya, bhumi, deha, dosha, gunantaram. So this is the principle. It's a very subtle and the detailed principle of Ayurveda that is more important to understand to have the healthy dietetics. And this is the Viruddhana, Sanyoga, which is to be taken together. Our recipe and our menus, if we understand, even Srikhand has to be taken with the black pepper. So we have best combination, compatible and incompatible, that we have to understand. And that's why even though this is the best, but this Bakasur thali is really not best. So we have to understand which is good, which is Guru, which is Laghu, which is Ruksha, which is Snigdha. So all these things are very important to understand the nutrition. So whichever the best nutrition, even the dry fruits are good. So every day many people they took dry fruit. So that is also not correct, because if it is Agni is not good, then we have to just ask to your Agni whether I can digest it. And that's why the proper Indian thali, dal, chawal, roti, sabji is the best, and many research studies have been done on that, and that re-establishes your gut microbiota, and this biosis is also being understood that it promotes the health and immunity. And it's all about the nutrigenomics, individualized, customized diet according to Prakriti. Maybe we can have more time. This is just introduction and the awareness I just wanted to say. And one important thing, what is the difference in the aspect? Because the moong bean and black gram have the same caloric value. But according to Ayurveda, it is moong is a laghu, light to digest, and black gram is heavy to digest. So these aspects of Ayurveda having the same caloric value needs to be understood. Good for vata and good for pitta. So Prakriti of the grain and prakriti of the person, that needs to be matched, and we have for that having a unique and different aspects. We have through FSSI, that is Ayurveda Ahar, as a regulation. We have through Random House publication, myself and my partner from Germany, Christine Rosenberg, we have Let Food Be Your Medicine as a bestseller publication, and I'm sure let have judicious use of food as a medicine, otherwise you will have to take medicine as a food. So thank you very much for the patient listening. Namaste.
Thank you very much, Tanuja, for your excellent presentation and providing us the basic principles of Ayurveda and body, soul, and food, and a lot of things. So I'll now open it up for any questions from the audience here, or those who are joining us online. Any questions for Professor Tanuja? Anyone? Okay. Maybe I'll get started. So there's a lot of people who are interested in Ayurveda and nutrition here. So if they were to connect with any organizations in India and then look at opportunities for collaboration, who should they contact and where should we start?
Yes, it is. I am part of now Institute of Teaching and Research in Jamnagar, and we have Ayurveda Ahar as a separate vertical, as a separate section. So you can contact me. I have given my address. Earlier I was working at the All India Institute. So anywhere, even in the ministry, and anywhere if you can contact, we are there to support, because we have treated more than 35 lakh patients, deal with daily visiting 2,000 patients. Now it is a 2,500 patients visiting to Delhi at Ayya, New Delhi. and in Jamnagar it is more than 1500. So we prescribed, the diet is a more important part of the prescription as a medicine. So you can contact us and we can develop a customized training module for, so we, as according to need. Mm, I think through GIST we can create these modules for everyone through Institute of Teaching and Research, and also here.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And I really particularly like the last sentence which you said that you'll be able to help just to develop targeted programs for a specific group of people in US and also in Bharat. Thank you. Any other questions? It's a question.
Yeah, can I?
Yes.
Okay. The main staples in Indian diet are rice and wheat. Okay. Is there any role millets play in Indian diet?
Yes, actually, the traditional Indian diet was the one time on the wheat or the rice, but evening it is one time always millet. And in different region, in Maharashtra it is a shorgum, that is a jwar. In certain parts, Rajasthan and Gujarat, it is a bajra. In the northern part and in the southern part, it is the ragi. So these are the millet is also one of the important part of traditional Indian diet. That is the tradition says. The history said that they, along with the rice, the millet was the important part of the staple food. And now because of last 23 was the millet year, so we are again promoting the millet food, all different types of major millet and minor millets, and its recipes and food with the food technology. That is even the good variety through ICAR, the technology with the NIPTM and many other food technology. This is being more and more promoted, even for the obesity, for the lifestyle disorder. This millet is one of the important staple food for India in the tradition, and now again we are going back to our tradition.
Thank you very much for your kind response. Any other questions? We'll just take one more question from the audience.
Tanuja ji, this is Seshnath Rai. I head the Cancer Data Science Center at University of Cincinnati. You talked about the large patient population that you have.
Yes,
and kind of a perspective as well. Are there people working on these prospective cohorts to establish something like how do a comparative analysis or things like that?
yes, we have that those because we have a separate department on the dietetics and the Swastha Vrutta. So the more research along in collaboration with the Institute of Food Technology, we are creating this cohort like barley. It is said it is the barley. Joe is more important. So we are preparing the barley food and the regular food, and the separate cohort is being maintained. This is what is the main research question for the studies.
So my support is what I can do is, I mean, I can be very well involved. If you need any support from us, our end, Dr. Roji is here too. We can help you prospectively monitor for things. Come up with the statistical design so that eventually you can get the good publications out of it and prove
Sure.
something.
Great, thank you very much. We will be very happy to have that, because it is the traditional knowledge supported with the technology, the science technology. And I think that is the way how we make classical yet contemporary and most relevant. We'll be very happy. Thank you very much.
We will have one last question.
Tanuja, my name is Dr. Love Kher. First of all, I should say that your presentation was very enlightening for people who are hearing for the first time. A quick question, like in the Western world, you might have seen some kind of a food pyramid, which is simple that sometimes is not giving the complete story, but nonetheless, that food pyramid is shown in the schools, in the hospitals and everywhere. So the question is there an equivalent food pyramid in Ayurveda?
I did not get the correct question. this equivalent to what in the hospital I just understood, but what exactly is the equivalent? I would like to need. I beg the pardon, sir.
So he's asking if there is an equivalent to a food pyramid. Food pyramid.
Food pyramid. Yes.
Yes, like is there
Yes.
equivalent?
Yes. Yes, we also have the same we follow, but it is about the same food pyramid we have, but we follow based on the 6 taste, Agni, the rasa. So the same we follow even in the hospital for the selection.
Great, thank you very much, and let's
Yes,
give
yeah.
another round of applause for the we really
This
appreciate you.
east and west, maybe we have the integration. We have the principal dietitian as well from the nutritional science, and we have the traditional science. So this is the integration of nutritional and traditional science. That's what we integrated research we are doing. So maybe we can continue together. Thank you through GIST. Thank you.
Thank you again. Yeah. So we have the next speaker already online. Samitji, can you please highlight him? The next speaker today is Dr. Anup Kumar Mishraji. He is currently serving as a principal scientist of international relations at the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, ICAR. He has a doctorate in botany from Delhi University. He is a former head of the Indian Institute of Rapeseed and Mustard in Bharatpur, Rajasthan, and also the National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources Regional Station in Shillong, Meghalaya. He has represented Indian Council of Agriculture Research and India in many international meetings, both in bilateral and multilateral organizations such as ASEAN, SAARC, BRICS, G20, SEO, and BIMSTEC. With that, floor is yours, Dr. Anup Kumar Mishraji. You have 15 minutes for your presentation. Please, you're allowed to share your slides if you have.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank the organizer of GIST, especially to the Dr. Prakash Jha, for giving me this opportunity to present the work of international relation with what ICR is doing. And within next 15-20 minutes, I'll tell you what actually ICR is all about, because I do not know, many of in the audience must not be knowing what ICR is doing. And secondly, what we are doing as international relation, and what are some of the thrust area and future collaboration research area where we can look forward for your cooperation. So let me share my screen first to start my presentation. Share. Share. I hope it is visible.
Coming.
It's coming. Yeah, it is visible. Yeah.
Okay. Let me. Just a moment, please. I don't know. It is stuck somewhere. Let me do. Just I'm not.
Corner you can view screen on the number.
Just
Left menu.
Why it is not?
On the left corner, there is a menu and 3 lines. You click that.
I'm just
Top left.
I think it's visible, so if we are able to see the
We are
slides.
able to see.
Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead with the presentation. We are able to see it well.
Oh,
Yeah, we are able to see. Yeah, view
why
as.
it is not?
Yeah, view. View. Come down, view. Come more. Yes.
View.
Full screen. Full screen mode.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay now. So this Indian Council of Agricultural Research, ICR, is one of the apex body a nodal agency in India looking after the coordination and guiding, managing the agricultural research, education, extension in India. And you can say this is one of the largest agricultural organization of the world. As far as our mandate is concerned, we are primarily doing research, education, and extension, and of course, some of the policy issues related to agricultural research. So, we plan, undertake, coordinate, and promote research and technology development for sustainable agriculture, aid, impart, and coordinate agricultural education to enable quality human resource development, and frontline extension, and some of the policy, corporation, and consultation agri research, education, extension. These are some of our mandate. Based on this, how we are catering our mandate, we have a big network of different research institutions and education institutional and extension machineries. So if you see here, we have 113 research institutions which have different registration, 151, and also we are having AICRP, which is already a coordinated research project centers, which is 60, and we are also doing catering education in agriculture by 77 different institutions, which are both state university and the central university. And also we have some of the farm science center, which is 731 as of now, and totally around more than 1,000 different entity which are looking for research, education, extension activity in the agricultural areas. If you see below in the right side corner, there are actually in ICR we have 8 different subject matter division, which are having crop science, horticulture, animal science, fishery, NRM, engineering, education, extension. So all institutes covered under this different 8 subject matter divisions. And also this extension activity is governed by the ATARI, which is a technological research institution, and which has 11 in number. And across the different, they are spreading across the different agronomic condition of the country, and ably supported by the 731 Krishi Vigyan Kendra, which is Farm Science Center. In addition to that, we also have a strong network of research project. So, which is around more than around 178 different cooperative center, and we are running 91 different projects under this. And this is basically looking after the promotion of the new variety, breeder seed production, and also facilitating the location-specific variety and technologies for different states. As far as our manpower is concerned, we have around 7,000 scientific staff, and also supported by technical ADM and supporting staff. We also have strong manpower in our Krishi Vigyan Kendras and AICRP centers. So we can very well say that this ICR is globally one of the largest network of national agricultural research system. Whatever we are developing in agricultural research, how this technology flow in the system to the farming community, to the end user. So we have the research institutions, which are actually developing the technology, and through Agricultural Technology Application Research Institute, ATARI, and the KVK, we are sending the information and technology to the end user, that is farming community. And similarly, some of the agri universities also providing this know-how to the farming community. If we can say after the independence, what we could achieve because of this strong network and strong manpower, you can see that we have. If 1950 is a base area, base year, we can say that that food grain production increased by 6.6 times. and productivity increase in 4 times, and milk production increase in 30-fold, and fishery and aquaculture in 23-fold if we consider 1950 as a base year. And also in hotel production is 14-fold increase if we see 1950 as a base year. If I mention what we could achieve in the last year, we have developed around 529 field crop variety in 49 crops. And similarly, in horticulture crops, we have developed, released 266 varieties in 75 different crops. And these field crops also include the climate resilient variety and the bio-fortified varieties. We also developed CRV, this climate resilient village, around more than 400, integrated farming system model, integrated organic farming system model, 22 and around 30, and we also developed good agricultural practice for 387s. We also developed 8 livestock breeds. This is, I'm talking about the last year, which we could achieve. 8 new livestock vaccines also developed. 17 farm equipments we have developed, and also we have developed some value-added product formulation and post-startup prototype. That is how Indian agriculture feeding 1.4 billion population, the largest population of the world. And we also wish that as a net exporter, agri-export of 53 billion in USD in 22-23, that is our contribution toward the agri-export. So whatever manpower we are doing a good work for developing variety and developing new technology, livestock breeds, and also feeding 1.4 billion population of our country. We also contributed immense on green revolution, white, blue, yellow, golden, silver, brown, and gray revolution. So in the last decade, if I consider 2013-14 and present 24-25, so in 2013-14, the food grain production was 252 million ton, which is reached to 253.96 million ton. And the horticulture crop, we had 277 million ton. Now we could achieve 367.72 million ton. And in pulses and oilseed, we also have a good production in last 2 decades. However, we always insufficient for pulses and oilseed, but still we could realize some gain in these 2 crops, which is the kind of future thrust area also as far as our Viksit Bharat is concerned. Now I'll say something about what our division, where I am working, international relation, how it is dealing with the technology vis-a-vis the international cooperation with other countries. As I mentioned earlier, we have a 113 research institution, which is covered by 8 different subject matter division. And if you see these institutions, we have Bureau, Deemed University, Commodity Research Institute, Multidisciplinary Research Institute, and Technical Application Research Institution. And we are interface for all the international activity, and between our institute and the government, which is Department of Agriculture, Research, Education, under Ministry of Education and Farmers Welfare. So we are working as an interface for between among institute as well as the government of India. This particular division, where I am working, is created in 2014, and with a very simple mandate to reach beyond border through legal framework for dissemination of agricultural research R&D, to do global technology foresighting, to enable research proposal for foreign collaboration funding, to facilitate SMD institution as a single window interface, and to enable expert visitor from foreign countries to ICR. So we are responsible for all the international activity and movement proposal which are dealing in agriculture R&D. Needless to say, what we could achieve through this international cooperation, because this whatever activity which we are doing, it is through the memorandum of understanding and a work plan, which covers in the some of the thrust specific global area, a niche area of the national international problem, and also this kind of collaboration will lead to the study visits, training of scientists, exchange of literature, exchange of journals, capacity building program. And just to mention that in the last 5 years, around more than 1,600 scientists and scientific leaders were deputed under foreign collaboration program. So far, ICR, we have signed 97 different MOU, which is bilateral and multilateral. And this MOUs covered with 49 countries, and out of this 49, 39 is in the global south. Because we have to think for the South-South cooperation. Honorable PM is also looking for the stronger linkages for South-South cooperation. So we are doing something towards that also, as a one of the thrust area. We have just to mention few that as far as the multilateral cooperation, we have a Quad, where Australia, India, Japan, and USA are the partner. I'll tell you something more about in the later half of my presentation what we have done in Quad. Also, ASEAN, BIMSTEC, BRICS, G20, SAARC, SCO, IEFS, which is India-Africa Forum Summit, and India, Brazil, and South Africa collaboration. So we have our footprint in all these multilateral cooperation, and also we have cooperation with international organizations like CGIAR, FAO, WFP, APARI, NACA, CABI, World Bank, APSA, USDA, ICGAB. So we have a kind of arrangement with all these international organizations. We have our MOU, and we have a lot of work with CGIAR system, and I'll show you some of the glimpse of CGIAR work also in the later half of my presentation. And if I wish to tell about what we have done in last 5 years, we have signed 10 MOU in 9 countries in last 5 years, which is in Morocco, Brazil, Australia, Quad, Bangladesh, Israel, Japan, USA, and Germany. So this is in the last 5 years, and if you can see in this year itself, we have signed 3 MOU. One is in APNI in Morocco, and other is in Embrapa, and third one is in Australia, which is with Murdoch University. So as I mentioned, 74 is a bilateral MOU in 49 countries, as I mentioned earlier. So we can sum up with saying that ICR there has a global footprint as far as the MOU and work is concerned. So we have signed 97 MOU, in 74 bilateral. This is B2B, this is G2G, and out of that 97, 39 is in Global South, 10 is Global Net, 22 partnership with institutional organization, and 8 are multilateral partnerships. As I mentioned, what we could achieve through this kind of collaboration and meeting. Just to mention, I'll give 3 examples here. What kind of achievement we have got after this kind of collaboration. First example is India has a presidency in 23 in G20, where that 2023 is also international year of happen to be international year of the millets also. So we proposed one proposal for promoting millets and other ancient grains. It was adopted during that meeting. And and after that meeting, government of India has has provided budget in 2024 for development of millet, and in this year, in 2025, in June 9, we have laid foundation stone for Global Center of Excellence on Millet. It is actually is a kind of extension of Indian Institute of Millet Research in Hyderabad. So a kind of achievement which we can say through G20 meeting we could do. So now we are looking forward some of the partner for research on millets. Anybody willing to do research on millets and other ancient grades, they are all welcome to work with us. And as I mentioned, the Quad also, we started in 2023 with the Quad Leader Summit, where Honorable Prime Minister was there, along with other national leader of all the 4 countries. And we have initiated action for collaboration cutting research in AI, robotics, and sensor. So these are the 4 agencies: NSF USA, GST Japan, CSIRO Australia, and ICR were the partner to get the collaborative research on under this Quad program. ICR is a lead agency. In fact, we also ably supported by 2 different ministry, and which is DFW and MIT. We have signed an MOC with all the partner country on last August 5, and we have made a kind of plan document, how we have to go forward for this collaboration. And it was suggested that at least US $2.5 million should be kept for this activity under Quad. And after a lot of discussion and meetings, finally all the 4 partner countries come out with finalize this 6th proposal, which we started in 1st of this month. So if you can see all this in all 6 project, except one, all 4 are the partners, and these 6 projects included 7 crops, which is tomato, strawberry, apple, wheat, soybean, rice, and maize. And we have in India, we have 10 institutes which are basically dealing this proposal, which are 5 ICA, 2 SOEs, 2 IITs, and 1 IISc Bangalore. So these are the kind of outcome of that Quad collaboration. So now it will be for 3 years. And we have also issued a letter, and we have initiated this 1st of this month. And just to mention about one more activity which Honorable PM inaugurated yesterday. This is about mission for Atmanirbhar in pulses. That means self-sufficiency in pulses. Pulses and oilseeds, as I mentioned earlier, that is one of our prime crop for the thrust area for research. If you see this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different focus for this mission. But second last is focus research and development of high yielding and hybrid seeds. So these are one of the thrust area where we look forward for the cooperation, for collaboration from the partners on this particular pulses, and also look after for some of the partner for the researches in the niche areas of the pulses research. These some of the thrust area which we have identified in the ICR for the future area, or you can say the target for the next 5 years, is development of climate resilient biofuel variety and ensuring stable production. So far, we have developed around 1971 climate resilient varieties and 125 biofortified varieties. And our target for the next 5 years to develop additional 2,000 more variety on climate resilient and high yielding variety. And also our target to develop additional 150 varieties or biofortified varieties for the next 5 years. We also looking for self-sufficiency on seed and pulses. So our target is for the next 5 years to development of 50 variety each in oilseed and pulses. As Honorable PM also inaugurated some of the initiative yesterday. So we are looking forward in this direction positively. And another area is precision farming for input saving and green agriculture. So our target for the next 5 years is development of 200 improved production and protection technology for promoting precision agriculture. And another area is CRV, climate resilient village for sustainability. Our target, we have developed 450 climate resilient village so far, and our target is to make 50,000 more climate resilient villages in next 5 years. Another area is farm mechanization for reducing drudgery and women farmers and increasing efficiency. In this direction, we have to develop some new farm machinery. Our target is around 150 farm machinery for next 5 years, and establishment of 20 agro processing and 500 custom hygiene center for drones and other equipments. So, other area of thrust areas, India as a global hub of millets. We have initiated action and we have developed center of excellence. So we are looking forward some definitely positive development in millet research also. Livestock improvement is another thrust area. So where our target is to develop 50 more vaccines and diagnostic for control of animal disease and registration and also registration of new breeds of livestock. Another area is moving towards second blue revolution, where our target is for genetic improvement and diversification of fishes and developing sustainable carbon natural aquatic food system, including seafoods. And last two is on the education. So we are signing some MOU with the International University also, where we are requested them for a dual degree. So we are doing good progress in this direction also. And KVK is another thrust area for the development and demonstration capacity building. So our target for the next 5 years is around conducting around 5 lakh FLD for updating agriculture technology and providing training to 20 lakh farmers and extension workers also. So this kind of approach will definitely fulfill our mission for nature-friendly, climate resilient, digital and profitable agriculture for nutrition secure India. Just to sum up what I mentioned about the thrust area, these are the six different major area where we are looking for the new partners and the collaboration. One area is enhanced productivity and climate resilience, where we wish to work on the speed breeding, genome editing, and new breeding approaches. Another is improving farm mechanization, where we will definitely work on automation using drones, robotics. We wish to work on precision farming, natural farming. We have initiated some action under Quad also in this direction. And also we have another area of collaboration, quality check and traceability. And of course, post-harvest technology, where we are looking some collaboration, nano coating, bioprosperity, biopreservation, AI-based automatic quality control, robotics in post-harvest handling. I think with this, thank you for your attention, and we are looking for your support for collaboration and development of the farming community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mishraji, for your excellent presentation and providing us an overview of Indian Council of Agriculture Research and what are the current activities which we're focusing on and what are the thrust areas in future. So let me open up for one or two quick questions. We have one question. Please identify yourself, brief question, and brief response.
Stop sharing your slide.
Dr. Mishra, this is Prabhat Kumar. My question is, do you have a framework for selecting the areas within the Indian government, state or villages for some of your initiatives like natural farming, post-harvest? How do you select the areas where you perform these activities? Is there any
Actually, not able to hear you properly. Can you hear me properly?
Yes. So the question is that how do you select?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, sir. How do you select the region within India for these thrust areas which you mentioned? Is there a framework for that? Framework for selecting the geographies in India where you will conduct activities?
I'm sorry, I'm unable to hear you properly. But what could I understand that you are asking about how you are selecting the area for this research or whatever? I could not follow you properly.
That's correct. Yes.
Actually, okay, fine. I think there are some expert group within our ICR, and as I mentioned, there are 8 different SMD which are looking after all this research and thrust area, selection of thrust area and the research priorities. So we sit together and based on their inputs, we are selecting the thrust area and the area of the future collaboration. That I wish to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So one last question. This is the last question. Brief question, brief response.
Mishraji, great presentation. This is Sheshnath Raj. My area of expertise is data science and bioinformatics. I had a collaboration with IASRI. I had trained few scientists over there. About 2.5 years ago, we were trying to sign an MOU with IASRI and it got stuck, never moved anywhere. So what do you think to bring efficiency if you want to have a collaboration with international such as US and other places? So that I said the MOU, it was stuck for 2.5 years and it has not moved anywhere.
Can you repeat again, sir?
Because how can we improve the efficiency of signing an MOU? There has been some who are taking a longer time. Efficiency of finalizing the memorandum of understanding.
I think it's somehow you are mentioning is some way it is right, but now we have changed our system, this process. Now it is very fast, and we have after joining of the new Director General, we have developed a timeline for speedy finalization of the MOU. So if there is any delay in, I think you kindly communicate to us. We'll look into this and do the needful, sir. Thank you very much.
Appreciate the response. Again, let's give another round of applause for the. I think the next presenter is already online, so it's my privilege and honor to introduce Dr. Atlesh Kumar Mukherjee. He's an advisor to the Union of Science and Technology Minister, served as a secretary to the University Grants Commission, secretary to the Science and Engineering Research Board, and senior advisor at the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. He headed several national missions, example, National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical Systems, National Quantum Mission, National Supercomputing Mission, and is a very accomplished scholar. He's a fellow of National Academy of Sciences India, fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering, fellow of Indian Meteorological Society, fellow of Association of Agrometeorologists, and also a fellow of the Society for Science of Climate Change and Sustainable Environment. With that, let me give you the floor. Please start sharing your screen and make your presentation. You have about 15 minutes. Dr. Guptaji, thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. If somebody can share my slide, or do I have to share my slide?
It would be great if you can share your slide. That would be great.
Yeah, if you can share it, you have access to them, and if you can share it, that would be.
Okay, let me try to share. Can you see my slide on the screen?
Yes, it's visible.
Yes, if you can put it in the full
slide.
screen.
Okay, so I make it full screen. Is that okay?
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, great. So thank you so much, just for inviting me, especially Dr. Prakash Jha for kind of giving me this opportunity to speak. My talk will be very brief because I am told I am supposed to speak only 15 to 20 minutes. So I have made it very short so that I am able to communicate the message. See this, the background of this is that, I was heading the secretariat in DST to prepare the science and technology innovation policy. And also I was part of the team which we drafted India's Anusandhan National Research Foundation. So, we did a very extensive work of mapping what is India's STI ecosystem and how can we become a global leader in, say, next 10 years or so. There's so much of talk, in India and outside that India has been reaching the level of global leadership. But I'm giving a very honest assessment of what we thought when we did an assessment, very independent and objective assessment. And we really created a kind of a very clear roadmap as to how we can become a global STI leader rather than having just a wish to become a global leader. So let me start with, where are we in terms of science and technology innovation in India right now? So this is a very interesting update that I am giving that, although our expenditure, we call it gross expenditure on research and development, has increased 3 times in last 10 years. But in these last 10 years, we continue to be below 1% of the GDP in terms of total R&D. At right now, 0.64% of the GDP. We are third position in terms of number of publications, but we continue to be, poor in terms of its quality. We are 9th position in terms of quality right now. We are third position in terms of number of PhDs in science, but the quality of PhD in science and engineering is not very up to the mark. Similarly, in terms of startup, we are number 3. In terms of unicorn, we are number 3. But the very sustenance and survival of our startup is, in a big question and quite serious challenge that we are facing. The women participation in science has been increasing in last 10 years. It's gone double almost, but we continue to be much below the global average of 30%. Again, the resident patenting has increased. I mean, we were 13th 10 years back. We are now 7th. And in last couple of years, the resident patent has gone up. But, we are still struggling to have, the good patent filing ecosystem, and the duration and the grant of patent is still much longer than the normal time. India jumped its position from 43rd place in 2015 to now in 38th position, and now so there is a 43 places jump. But we at once upon a time, India was in top 20 in terms of GII, ahead of China. And so we need to regain that position. And there are a number of issues, including the parameters or indicators that determine GII. And we have, I was part of that national committee which was monitoring GII. So we know that issues, and slowly it is improving, but we have a long way to go. Now, these are key challenges or critical challenges of research and innovation ecosystem in India. The most important challenge is that we have very low private sector investment in India. Only 30%, 37% of the GRD, as compared to any global country, including US or any other country, where this percentage is almost double or more than double. So the lack of excitement among the private investor is a very big challenge, and I'll come to that point how India is actually trying to make up that deficit that we had so far. The second biggest challenge is the number of researchers in India. We have one of the lowest number of researchers in India in terms of full-time equivalent number, which is the number per million of population in India, 262. This is one of the world's lowest number. So we have low investment, we have low private sector investment, and we have low, the full-time equivalent researchers. And then over and above, women's participation is low. We have high technology imports. We have poor research quality compared to the quantity. We have low global innovation index ranking, and we have low patent filing and grant. These are some challenges that India is facing, and how we make up these challenges in times to come is an important thing. And this is just to show how India private sector investment is coming 37%. Now, the other challenges is that, we get to have a India-centric public-private partnership model. We have in global several model. In US, you have super truck model. You have Germany model that's called Fraunhofer model, and many such models exist in different parts of the world. Our team did a very extensive study. We are ready with a PPP model of our own. In India, not a single model PPP model exists in research and development, although we have model existing on different areas like transport or infrastructure and all. This is a big challenge, and we need to position a PPP model in a short time from now. And that is one big reason why private sector is not excited to invest in research. And the recent initiative, I'll come to that point, is actually addressing this issue. Our team did a very extensive analysis of innovation ecosystem in India. Although there is a ranking system in India that the DPIT ministry does, but DST did a very different way of analyzing the India's research and innovation ecosystem. And we did state-wise analysis, and we found that very interesting kind of pattern. The Western India is having very, advanced innovation ecosystem, whereas Eastern India is very poor in terms of innovation. And this kind of the divide between West and East is very, very worrying because that will determine the investment intensity on research and other development area. I have done a very extensive, personally, I visited many states in Northeast, and we found that the situation is really not up to the mark. Although all the Northeast states did so much good in recent years, and they are creating a balance between the growth and sustainability. Sustenance, as I mentioned, the sustenance and strengthening of a startup ecosystem is a very worrying trend that we are addressing, and I'm not going to elaborate. I have already mentioned that there are some critical issues related to the startup ecosystem in India, and we have the seed funding that is being provided to startup actually help them launching the startup, but they are not able to sustain because the kind of ecosystem that is required for their growth and sustenance is actually not available to them. See, India has done very considerably well in terms of open science. We, in fact, were part of global consultation initiated by UNESCO. And so we are in a position now to launch a full-fledged open access policy. There are, of course, some initiatives already taken. For example, one nation, one subscription model is already approved by cabinet, is already in place, and everything. We're also working on several other initiatives. And again, because of time shortage, I'm not able to elaborate on that. Now, India has a very rich traditional knowledge and tribal knowledge system in the country. Again, our team did a very extensive research to go into each state and see what kind of tribal knowledge and traditional knowledge system exists. Especially the Indian, the Himalayan region has very rich traditional knowledge system. But these knowledge systems have never been part of, the mainstream research system in the country. Also, we have a large number of what is called frugal knowledge system in the country. It's what we call grassroots innovation system. We have large numbers, more than 3 lakh grassroots innovators have already been registered with National Innovation Foundation. But again, the same problem, these innovators, they are not able to get any kind of, they're not able to file any patent, or they're not able to get into the normal IPR system in the country. We work on the possible policy intervention to do that. Science communication needs a lot of strengthening in the country. We, in fact, work on a policy framework for science communication mainstream. Again, I'm not elaborating on that. Also, very interesting study that our students have done. That, they are very, normally we feel that most of the research is done by central government institutions. But to our surprise, we found that a lot of research is being done by different other section of ecosystem. For example, state government institutions are doing so much good. Some states are really very strong in terms of research. For example, the state of Gujarat Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan. These states have very strong state research ecosystem. We prepared again a policy framework, and this is going to be taken up shortly by Niti Aayog. How do we create center-state, partnership in research? And also, the Office of PSA took an initiative of creating inter-ministerial coordination. It's very interesting again. 27 ministries in the government of India, they actually support research. But their research is not being very targeted and focused, and mostly these are very ill-distributed in terms of areas and discipline and also purpose. I mean, just giving example, the Ministry of Textile. Until I was part of their research advisory committee, I did not know that so much of research is being supported by Ministry of Textile. And so what Office of PSA and DST together did, we created inter-ministerial coordination system. 72 ministries and departments were brought together, and they were kind of asked to kind of offer or identify the area where they can collaborate. I think this is a very important area. The low-hanging fruits are available in India, where so much of again, let me tell you, this is a kind of news to us that we always used to see that most of the research is being done by government, but actually, in fact, half of the research organizations and institutions are in the private sector. Half of them. So it is a very India's ecosystem is very deep and rich. We have not been able to utilize its full potential. So let me come back to the question of whether we can become a developed nation in terms of research and development, whether we can become a global leader. So two very important challenges are that we have one of the lowest R&D expenditure in the world, only 0.64% of the GDP, and primarily because of low investment from the private sector. And our full-time equivalent researchers, again, one of the lowest in the world, only 262 per 1,000 population. Now, let me also dwell upon a very important area not known to many people. And this is very important because when I compare India with the rest of the world, you find that research funding ecosystem in India is very different from the rest of the world. One big startling difference between India and the rest of the world is we have very large, dominant intramural system. See, 72% of total research fund available to India is given to the three departments: the DRDO, the Department of Atomic Energy, and Department of Space. These three departments, they actually consume 72% of the money. So our in extramural funding system is weak. It's not very strong in terms of fund available. Similarly, the two very another thing is very important, that our labs are given so much of infrastructure, but our universities are devoid of, especially the state universities are having shortage of research infrastructure, that is equipment and all. So we are actually not putting the money where mouth is. We have a mismatch, and therefore we need a very different ecosystem where there is a participation or partnership between research lab and universities. Also, this is another anomaly in the system, research system. Then, the 65% of the extramural research funding given by SCRB or ANRF or DST goes to IITs and NITs, and university get only 11% of the funding. So these are some of the very important areas that we need to focus on. Now, these are some recent initiative by government. We have recently launched a research development innovation scheme. You must have heard yesterday, it was in news that now framework is ready for giving this. This is 1 lakh crore money, long-term concessional loan on equity. This is mainly for private sector. This is not for government institution. And so this way it will increase, it will help participation of private sector. Also, the ANRF that is set up recently has 50,000 crore money available for 5 years. And out of that, 36,000 crore is actually available for private sector participation in the research. So basically, government is trying to do two things. The first thing is that government is trying to increase the extramural research funding. And also government is trying to introduce funding for private sector or industry so that you can increase the percentage of funding. There is a policy formulation taking place. I'm not going to I don't want to reveal this today, but you will see some research, some policy interventions are going to come by being introduced by government so that the private sector gets motivated or incentivized to introduce, to give funding. Also, there are many national technology missions that have been launched by government. National Quantum Mission, Semiconductor Mission, AI Mission, Green Hydrogen. These are very recent missions that have been launched. Now, let me come to the last few slides and say, how can India become a global STI leader? Or the question is, can India achieve its GRD up to 2% of the GDP? Now, this is, I have already mentioned, these are the targets that have been prepared, the STI policy. The draft policy gives the several targets. Among these targets, the 2% of the GDP and quadrupling the FTE, that is making the FTE to become something like 700 or 660 or 700 is the target for next 10 years. So how do we do it? And similarly, innovation index in top 10, resident patenting in top 5, research quality in top 5, 30% women participation and self-reliant technology and decreasing the technology import. These are some of the targets that India has been working on. Now, how do we do? So, there is a linear relationship between the money you spend on R&D and the manpower you have for this thing. So it's like the higher the manpower and the higher the money required for this thing. This is a simple relationship that we can understand. There is a more or less linear relationship between these two. But things are not that simple as they look. So, they have, here is a complication. You see, in India, for example, you are increasing if you see there is a line which is going up, which is the increase in the GRD money. But if you see the other line, the blue line.
Can I use an access card in which queue? Boarding pass. Boarding pass.
Did they put the pre-check thing? No. Go to the airline. Go back to that so they could put pre-check.
Okay, can I continue? Am I audible? Is there any disturbance?
Yes. Yeah, please continue. There was some interruption. Sorry about that. Please continue.
Okay. So I'll just finish in another 2-3 minutes. I'll not take much time. So, India is another interesting thing is happening. Our GDP is going very sharply increasing with time. And because of the high GDP growth, you have a kind of, aggression taking place in terms of money allocated for research. But I think I'm not going to those complexity, but I think let me come to this straight away, this issue of how do we increase the GRD to 2%. So as I said, it's not that simple as it looks, because first of all, although there is a linear relationship between the GRD as percentage of GDP and the full-time equivalent researcher number. They have linear relationship, but the slope is very different, and different countries have different slope. India, since it doesn't have much money to invest in research, we can follow a lower slope path and achieve the same 2% of GDP. But what is required is the one that is we need a minimum 1,000 or more full-time equivalent researcher number, which is a very challenging task because no country in the world could achieve 2% of the GDP unless they had the 1,200 full-time equivalent research number. These are numbers which are given for China. You can see, US has 4,821 FT, UK has 4,684, China has 1,585, South Korea 8,714, and Japan is 5,400. So we are nowhere near, and therefore this is a big challenge that India has to work on. And so, India is following a model of low-cost research with less number of people, but we some kind of different strategy is being prepared than what we see available globally. So I think I will stop here. Thank you very much for your patience, and I'll be happy to answer any question if it is.
We'll just take one question because we have very short time here, so we'll take one question. One question, thank you.
Professor Gupta, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So I'm also one of those scientists who choose to live here rather than India. So the numbers, I'm so glad to look at your presentation, very honest assessment. But I was wondering, why won't researchers, scientists choose to stay back in India? I also studied in IIT, but decided to come here. Any reflection on what we can do to bring the scientists back?
No, I think so. We had discussion. I mean, a kind of policy paper on this also was discussed. But we had a different discussion that how do we involve people sitting outside India to contribute to India without actually coming back to India, which is called the brain circulation instead of brain gain. And the idea was that we can bring them through it's a kind of mechanism. So we call it technology indigenization case. And so we have a kind of discussion on this thing, how do we do it? And this is possible to do, and the scientists sitting outside India can certainly contribute in a big way.
In providing the overview of the current situation of India in science and technology and how we can take forward the next leap to make it better. Thank you very much. Let's give another round of applause for And it's now my privilege to introduce the next distinguished speaker, Professor Anil Sahasrabudheji. He is the chairman of the National Education Technology Forum Cell. He is also a professor of mechanical engineering at the Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. He graduated from VVB College of Engineering and Technology in Hubli, Karnataka. And then he has a master's and doctorate degree from Indian Institute of Sciences, Bangalore. With that, the floor is yours, Dr. Saraswati Deji. Appreciate if you can kindly wrap it up in 15 minutes or less. And then we also have the next speaker ready. Please make sure that you finish your presentation in 10 to 15 minutes. Saraswati Deji, the floor is yours.
Hello. Am I audible? Are the
Yes,
slides
you are
going to
audible.
be shown?
The slides will be shown
Or I
here.
will speak?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and start. Yeah.
Are they visible? They
Yes,
were
they are
already
visible.
sent.
Yes, they are visible. So you should be able to see it on your screen as well. So go ahead and start. Thank you.
I'm not able to see them yet anyway. Or are you? Now I'm able to see. Yes, fine. So my talk is on this GIST forum. What has been happening in the education sector and how are we going to have collaborations by which we can make India Viksit Bharat by 2047. Next slide, please. Yeah, the national education policy came in 2020, 5 years ago. Had a lot of deliberations before this policy was formulated, having discussions with all stakeholders, be it young students or panchayats, to the parliamentarians, educationists, people from industry, the industry doyens, all of them were consulted. And based on this, a policy came in 2020 in the month of July. It had all the facets of how we have to transform our education system in India, right from school education to the higher education, including the skill education. And that is what will shape India as a global player in terms of knowledge, creation, dissemination, and application. And that is what was talked about. And Prime Minister has often talked about in the last 5 years as to the directions to be taken. And some of the policy initiatives announced in 2020 have made their way. Two things. First thing, our previous speaker, Dr. Gupta, was already telling about Anusandhan National Research Foundation with a grant of 50,000 crore rupees in the next 5 years for promoting research in the higher education sector. It's a very important initiative. Also, as part of the ANRF, 100,000 crore grant for the industries to conduct research in collaboration with academic institutions. I think both are being supported in a big way. And our research funding, what was stated, although it is at a level of around 0.65% of the GDP, the GDP itself is growing massively over the last decade. And therefore, even though this number appears to be small compared to many other countries, and we wish that it should be 2%, but even with 0.65% and the GDP being growing higher and higher, I think the quantum of funds available for research has been in the continuous increase, and that's what is finding its effect in terms of we producing third largest number of research publications in India. But as said previously by all the speakers, and we are aware, as far as the quality of research and the top quartile journals are concerned, we are somewhere in the 8th, 9th place. In some cases, maybe even 5th place in some domains, but in most of the cases, we are at the 8th and 9th position. Therefore, as far as the quantity is concerned, we have achieved some target, but now the quality-wise, we need to progress. And therefore, some of the things will come later as well, but in the opening remarks itself, I would like to mention that 2 initiatives undertaken by the Ministry of Education, not now, but more than about 7-8 years ago, even much before the national education policy came, one was GAN, Global Initiative for Academic Networking, where professors from best universities, and those who have achieved excellence in their lives were invited for either 1 week or 2 weeks under this program with full funding from the central government. And the institute where they were invited will take care of the local hospitality, and that way the state-of-the-art curriculum, state-of-the-art improvement in the research facilities, state-of-the-art actual research also started happening in most of the universities and colleges in different domains. The next one was the multi-university funding for research, that is SPARC. And a similar one was also initiated by DST, like Ministry of Education. And many research projects on the lines of what has been done in Erasmus scholarships and funding in Europe was replicated here with large number of people coming in. And, hello. So I think that is what we have been doing. So few things of importance in NATF. They are how we can leverage our ICT. You know, we are having a Digital India mission, and Digital India infrastructure, which is created, has been very, very handy and useful. If you all remember that in pandemic in 2020, when national education policy also came in the same year, the colleges and universities and schools were all closed. Despite such closures, we were in a position to continue education only because there was good digital infrastructure in place to the remotest of the corners. Of course, we have not been able to still cover all the villages, but at least 60% of the villages today have 4G connectivity. And that being the case, education could be delivered at the nooks and corners of the country. The other part is somewhere in the year 2016-17, we created our own indigenous MOOC platform called SWAYAM, and also have more than 200 SWAYAM Prabha direct-to-home channels through which education is imparted to nooks and corners from the best of the institutes and best of the professors. You know, this is what Digital India is all about. And going ahead in pandemic, even the digital certificates for vaccination were given instantaneously as soon as any person takes vaccination and comes out of the vaccination center. That being one more additional, feather in the cap. And today, the entire global digital transactions that they happen world over, we represent 48%, with about 1/5 of the population of the world. 48% of the digital transactions happen through UPI, which is a very unique thing where right from small place to higher, very big cities to the towns, we have QR codes flashed by the, vendors, and the customers, they all pay directly without paying in cash or through the credit cards. I think that is another area where we have been able to showcase, and that is what is being useful now for education as well. We are all aware that the technologies are continuously changing, emerging, and therefore, whether it is new age areas like machine learning, AI, blockchain, smart board, all of these are available in most of the remote areas, schools. Many state governments are also funding all of these initiatives, thereby we are able to provide high quality education, at least to all the places. As far as research is concerned, we have miles to go, no doubt, to come to the top, but there is an inkling which is happening, at least in the sector of innovation. As mentioned earlier, we were at 81st position for 10 years ago. To today, we are at 38th position. So we have crossed a halfway mark. And as far as innovation is concerned, it is not just merely from colleges and universities, but we have had very great innovations coming forward. But I think I would like to correct Dr. Gupta, who mentioned that those who are from the dropout stage, who were not having education beyond maybe 5th standard, 6th standard, who are also innovative in their bent of mind. We used to call sometimes what they innovate as jugaad, but some of those people have created marvelous things And by supporting from the National Innovation Foundation, out of 1,500 patents filed on behalf of them, 750 have been already awarded. That means 750 patent holders from out of non-educated people are also existing in India, which is a unique thing. And some of them, using those patents, transferred the technology, and some others took it up and created businesses. But some of them said that we would like to create our own business by our own innovation, by our own patent, and we don't want to transfer the technology. There has been incubation support, there is a funding support which is given. And I just came to know last week that out of such people who started their own entrepreneurial journey, 2 of them have a turnover of more than 100 crore rupees, annual turnover of 100 crore rupees from those who have had some innovative idea, which they patented and then created their own business. And there are about 10 to 12 of them whose business is of the order of 10 crore rupees annum. And then there are many others whose income is of 1 crore plus. So they are also contributing to our economy. As far as startup ecosystem is concerned, about 10 years ago, we had only about 400 recognized or registered startups. Today, the number has grown to 1,75,000. It's order of magnitude, thousands and thousands of times it has increased. As far as economy itself is concerned, from the 11th largest economy to 4th largest economy, and inching towards 3rd largest economy, replacing Germany in a couple of years' time, maybe 1 year time, 2 year time. And then we may, in 2047, when we become 100 years after independence, we would be probably number 2 or number 1. So that is the vision with which we have been moving ahead. So learning is a very important thing, or education is a very important thing, and that's why technology has enabled through National Education Technology Forum, which I am representing, that how content can be created in a very interesting manner, and therefore use all variety of emerging technology, augmented reality, virtual reality, whether it is extended reality, digital twins, or even metaverse, or what we call as the animation, visual effects, gamification, how it can create exciting content for students to come to the class. Otherwise, because of the new age, whether it is Facebook, Twitter, or many of the social media platforms, most students are engaged in them, and then they have least interest in the classes. So unless our teachers are also trained in high quality content, and then they deliver it in the classroom in the form of not one way, this what we call lectures, but also conducting a lot of interesting exercises, problem solving, and providing students support in terms of solving their doubts, allowing them to read or watch excellent videos both from India and abroad and come prepared for the class. All of this is happening, including teacher training through Malviya Mission Teacher Training Centers. And we are creating a very unique initiative called Guru Setu. So some of the content there would be so exciting that the teachers will be gravitating to learn more fundamental principles as well as something higher, and then come prepared for the classroom. I think this is all happening in terms of creation of new platforms, creating new content, creating an excitement amongst all the learners. This is what is one part. The other part which I would like to mention, which is again going to be unique, which has not been experimented anywhere in the world, is we are providing I think we can change the slides. Next slide, please. Yeah, digital learning involvement at all levels. And that is where what we are trying to do is to give every student, on the basis of a national digital architecture, which we call India 2.0 architecture, a unique ID for every learner. We have called it as APAR, Automated Permanent Academic Account Registry, APAR. In most of the Indian languages, and diaspora who are attending this must be from different languages like Hindi or Marathi or Kannada or Bengali or Gujarati. In India, apar means innumerable. And this ID will have innumerable applications, use cases, and that is why we have called it as apar. It has a linkage with academic bank of credits. Every student who gets an ID will have his own account, which is not a bank account like our where money is deposited. That account is what we call account where money deposited is Lakshmi account. We can withdraw this money from an ATM or exchange it through UPI from our bank account. But here is where in our account, when we have APAR ID connected with academic bank of credits, every type of learning can be deposited here. And this deposition is in the form of credentials given by your school, college, university, every semester grade sheets. After the completion of the program, the entire certificate will get deposited, and therefore, instead of carrying a physical certificate to any university for either higher learning or for jobs or for any other purposes, or transfers from one university to the other, or for taking up an entrance exam, this ID, when shared, will give entire past credentials up to date, up to that time, to any person for whom it is necessary through the APIs or through a QR code. Thereby, the authentic record of any student is available for any person who desires it through the consent, because the Data Security Act as well as the what we call Privacy Act, they are coming in the way sometime. Therefore, we take the consent of the candidate who owns the data, whether it can be shared with a particular individual, and with the consent through APAR ID, academic bank of credit data can be shared with any individual for taking admission in foreign universities, or it can be for a job in any multinational or a national company. It could be also for creating a startup and getting loan from the banks. It has huge number of applications, and that's why we called it as APAR. The next one, please. We have the other part which the Niti Aayog has been doing is this is that National Education Technology Forum and the National Digital Architecture wings, starting from school to higher education and skill initiative. And the APAR ID, which I talked about, is starting with at the age of 3, a child will get it, and it is a lifelong ID. After one graduates and get into job, it is also still useful because one can do upskilling and reskilling. New skill sets are earned. They can be deposited so that a new employer can look at what all new things this candidate has done after graduation or post-graduation. And this is a part of what we say national education policy, which gives large emphasis on digital infrastructure and digital creation, and national digital architecture does all of this. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is that complex diagram. If you, I'm also not able to see on my mobile the details, but you may be able to see on a large screen. No, keep that screen. That's very important. Previous slide, please. Yeah, so this is that entire umbrella organization of National Education Technology Platform. There is APAR ID and ABC on the right side in the middle. And like UPI, where what we call transactions take place for finances or financial transaction, in the APAR ID and ABC, there can be credit transfers happening from one college or to the other college and university, and that is what is possible. There are all variety of learning, from the school education to the higher education. The various platforms and various applications created by different universities, they are all in one single state. Where it is available is through NETF. There can be exchange, and that is very important, that APIs are creating a very important explains that. But two is from various foreign countries, including UK, USA, Australia, and maybe some other countries are in the pipeline. Italy, their universities are being created in India, and they are either in the Delhi region of National Capital Complex region, or in Mumbai, or in Bangalore, or in Chennai. And that is the very interesting part which has happened, that today a student need not go abroad, but he may have the same quality of education as that of the parent university in these countries, back home in India itself, at an affordable cost, fees less, living expenses are less. So this is one part. So we can have collaborations where credit transfer between foreign universities and our Indian universities can take place. They can go for a semester exchange program, and Apar ID and ABC will be able to deposit the credits. And the chart shows how many universities have come forward being part of it, how many of them are depositing their all credits, and how many are exchanging their credits. I think this is the way forward. This is just a beginning. Right from school to higher education, this is going to play a very, very important role. Now comes a very important subject matter which the whole world is today talking about, including United Nations, is that of AI-based education. And in India, we have multiple languages, and some of the students who do their class 10, grade 10 and grade 12 in their mother tongue, they are lost in the system because all higher education continued to have only English as the medium of instruction. And many of them were not confident. Many of them were facing difficulties in coming to the cities and towns for their higher education. So how can we provide even higher education in their own mother tongue? And that is why we started creating AI-based translation tool. One of the created is Anuvadini, which not only translates like what Google or Microsoft applications do, but this tool is very unique in two manners. Number one, it is indigenous, the data sets are all ours, and therefore the quality of translation is good. Second part is based on the data set, whether it is engineering or from medical or law, it picks up those dictionaries, and therefore the quality of translation in that language, in that field or domain becomes better. Second part is we have done uniquely translation of entire book, be it in InDesign, be it in Adobe's, any of these resources that are available for creating content in English that can be converted into all 22 statutorily recognized languages, including the charts, tables, graphs, location-wise, exact same formatting, similar size of the fonts and color in another language. And many times I mentioned jocularly that this tool is nothing but a tool for color Xerox copy of a book in English into any of the 22 Bharatiya languages. And this is highly empowering in two ways. Students who are interested in going for higher education. Today, our gross enrollment ratio is 30%. We want to raise it to 50% in the next 10 years. So one part is people who want to get their higher education, any of the domains. To do that, they need this technology, they need this set of books available in their own mother tongue. So this is one part which is done, which is interesting and very important for them. But some students who are even going into English medium, whatever those courses, sometimes they don't understand a topic. For them, this becomes a mentor, tutor for learning that particular topic in their own mother tongue. So this tool is going to be very, very handy and important. I hope many of you who are from Indian origin, they know these languages, they can try it out. Anuvadini, we are also creating an equivalent of a WhatsApp called Samvadini for communication between student to student, faculty to student. So use technology development, digital development is happening in India. So there can be a variety of collaborations between Indian faculty, Indian researchers, and the researchers located in US and many other countries through GST. I'm sure Professor Eloji Rao or whoever else, who are associated with this, can collect the people who are interested. The next two other things which we have done is one nation, one what we call subscription. Earlier, each of the IITs, IIC, NITs were spending huge amount of money, and still all variety of journals of interest to all the faculty were not accessible because each one cost huge money. And where more number of researchers are there, that journal was certainly being made available, but not the entire one. Similarly, another institute has similar problem. So what was done over a period of time by working hard for 3 to 4 years is to collect all the data from all the institutions about what journals they're procuring. We created a sum total of that, union list of all the journals. And every researcher in India, whatever he needs or she needs, whether it is in this institute or that institute, was collated. All the expenditure that individuals were doing was also collated, and we negotiated with all the publishers, and today under one nation, one subscription, the journals are made available to all these institutions. Whatever they were earlier not subscribing are also available. And we added more institutions, including the institutions in the state government. The previous speaker, Dr. Gupta, was saying that some research is done in the state government institutions also, which was not recognized. They were not getting resources. Today, they are going to get all these resources at their disposal. So I hope the quantum of research and the quality of research will improve, because all top quartile journals will be accessible to these people. One more thing, as far as data is concerned, an institution was giving data to multiple agencies for their approvals. We collated all of that as well and said, under one nation, one data, we will collect only once in a year rather than submitting the data multiple times to multiple agencies. And whoever requires that data, again, it's a union list of all the data. And then we will share it whoever requires, whether it is in terms of need not facilitate. I think I'd lost the connection for some time, but anyway, we should move forward, and I've spent a lot of time, so we can close and then we can have some question answer. On the highway, there was some disruption here and there.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Subramanian, for your fantastic presentation. I don't know if we will have time to take the questions. We lost the connections with him. So we'll quickly go to the next speaker, next final speaker. Hopefully he's still online.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. So our next speaker is Dr. Subbarao. I'm Governor of our school. This is Professor Subramanian. Okay. So Dr. Subbarao is the head of the Nutrition Information, Communication and Health and Education Division of ICMR, which is the National Institute at the National Institute of Nutrition in India. He served on an expert committee of for India 2024 dietary guidelines, and he's a member of the working group tasked with drafting the nutrition strategy for India, constituted by Niti Aayog. And he also led the development of digital tools like Nutrition Atlas of India, two versions, and also many innovations in nutrition apps. And an outstanding nutrition scientist award from Federation of Asian Nutrition Societies, and also the VN Butterworth Prize from ICMR Mid-Career Award from American Society of Nutrition. He's a fellow of National Academy of Agricultural Science India and the Royal Society of Public Health in the United Kingdom, and also the fellow of the International Union of Nutrition Sciences. Let's give a round of applause and welcome Dr. Sivarajani. And you have about 15 minutes here to wrap up your presentation. I appreciate if you can kind of finish in 15 minutes. Sivarajani, the floor is yours, so you can start sharing your screens.
Thank you for those kind words of introduction. I hope my slides are visible.
Yes, they are visible. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Let me thank Dr. Jha for getting me here. I was listening to the earlier speakers, very illuminating talks. Mine is going to be a little narrow in its focus. But when he asked me to present about one of the tools that we developed called the Nutrition Atlas, I thought since it's a GIST forum and then we have several multidisciplinary scientists represented here of Indian diaspora, we would like to solicit a good amount of cooperation from each one and get more of multisectoral crosstalk for promoting good nutrition in India. I'll just take you quickly through the current scenario that India is in. It's not that you're not familiar, but having been away from India for a time, perhaps you would have a quick brush up of what's the current nutrition status. This chart is from the 2017 Health of Nation States. I draw your attention to the DALYs, the Disability Adjusted Life Years, which take into consideration both mortality and morbidity. Not going deep into it, but just want to draw your attention to the red and the blue parts of the diagrams. In 1990, when we started economic liberalization, we were still a country which was combating a lot of problems of communicable diseases. But just in about 30 years after that, we've now come to, as the country has climbed up the economic ladder, we have lots of nutrition issues, and that these nutrition issues have transitioned from undernutrition to the problems of overnutrition and obesity. You can see that the transition has happened, and 55% of DALYs are more attributable to non-communicable diseases, which include diabetes, heart disease, obesity, overweight, and coronary heart diseases, and hypertension, and many other such things. So the paradox that India faces today is, once we were called a country of undernourished population. In the next week, sometime you will also get the Global Hunger Index. I will not go deep into it, but from the perspective of Bharat, Global Hunger Index doesn't actually depict hunger, but it is a misrepresentation of India's status. Nevertheless, it states India is in a very bad shape in terms of Global Hunger Index. Year after year, we are trying to quash that with our own data. But nevertheless, the point that I'm trying to drive at is that, when you talk about India, the one single problem that is usually talked about is related to undernutrition, starving people, and the imagery that is propagated by media is also very, misleading. But that's only one side of the burden of malnutrition in India. If you get to the other part of malnutrition, there is rising overweight, obesity, and Honorable Prime Minister also has taken it up, and then he has called for reduction in sugar consumption, fat consumption, and also diversity of the diets. While I say that, in both these scenarios, we also have a situation of micronutrient deficiencies. For all of you sitting there, I need not tell what micronutrients are. Micronutrients are vitamins and minerals, to be simply put. But in both the cases, whether a person is overweight, obese, or susceptible to non-communicable diseases like hypertension or diabetes, lot of Indians now face problems of deficiencies of a lot of vitamins as well as minerals. So this makes the entire nutrition problem a triple burden of malnutrition in India. And it's a very strange scenario. A lot of countries have moved from being undernourished to, most of the developed countries in the West confront the problems of overweight, obesity, and non-communicable disease, whereas undernutrition is not such a scenario. But in India, we still have undernutrition prevalent, the problems of stunting, children not being of adequate height for their age, and wasting not of adequate weight for their height is still a problem. Anemia is a prevalent problem among women and also among adolescent girls and boys. So these issues coexist in Indian scenario. I always say in my talks that if you take the Indian, Puranas, what we talk about, and the Vedic discourse talks about the four yugas. In the first yuga, we had evil and bad existing in two different worlds. Of course, if you apply that example to nutrition issues, undernutrition and overnutrition used to exist in two different worlds, the underdeveloped world and the developed world. Then came the second yuga where both of them existed in two geographies of Earth, evil and good. Similarly, nutrition happened in two geographies of the world, undernutrition and overnutrition. Then came a yuga when within the same family there was good and evil existing, like in among Pandavas and Kauravas. The same issue has happened with undernutrition and overnutrition as well. In the same country, there used to be people in two geographies of the same country. Like in Kerala, there was a lot of problems of overnutrition or hypertension and things like that. And states like Odisha were suffering from undernutrition. But today is Kali Yuga, when both evil and good exist in the same individual. Now the scenario is the same, that evil and good and bad exist in the same individual. Of course, in the same family too. Some are undernourished, some are overnourished, and within an individual who's undernourished, there could be problems of diet-related non-communicable disease. So it could be underweight on one side and hypertension on the other side, underweight and stunting on one side and diabetes on the other side. So these exist. So in such a scenario, our institute, the National Institute of Nutrition, which brings out the nutritive values of Indian foods and also brings out the recommendations as to how much Indians should consume, has brought keeps updating them every 10 years, taking into consideration the nutritional scenarios. But these two guidelines are a bit too technical for a common individual to practice. So we come up with something called dietary guidelines for Indians. Of course, each country has its own dietary guidelines. The US has its own dietary guidelines, which are under revision now. So we brought out the dietary guidelines in 2024, and the dietary guidelines put all the recommendations into 17 practicable guidelines, which a common individual, apparently healthy individual, if follows, would definitely be keeping NCDs as well as undernutrition, that is non-communicable diseases, as well as undernutrition at a bay. So this is the background in which we set the talk today, and this is the dietary guidelines for Indians. 17 practicable guidelines. They are useful for everyone. I request all of you to please go through them. Each guideline is still expanded, and then the rationale for the guideline, the scientific basis for the guideline, and the key take-home messages are given. And this is available as a book downloadable from our website, nin.res.in. And also it is available as a book which can be ordered online. So with that, in the context, we came up with something called a nutrition atlas. Nutrition atlas actually combines different aspects. It takes a life cycle stages approach, and then it gives nutrition status of different age groups and physiological groups of Indians, drawing from number of data sets, several data sets. India has several data sets: the National Family Health Survey, National Nutrition Monitoring Bureau, the CNNS data, the LASI data, and then we have DLHS, the district level health surveys, and many other data. But these data do not cover the entire geography of India. Some of them cover some of the parts, some of them, like NFHS, do cover the entire country. But all these data historically to now has been put on one platform, easily accessible for everyone to check the nutritional status of different age groups at different physiological and different physiological conditions. So this is an endeavor to bring together several of them and then geo-visualize the entire data in terms of how it pans out to look in the India scenario with different state statistics being put together. So it also allows a bit of comparison between old data and new data and one data set and the other. But it also comes up with a caveat that the sample collections of the methods of sample collection, the methods of analysis, the data set of each of this, the data sets from each of the surveys varies largely. So this is an endeavor that has actually taken about 1 year for us to develop. And this was earlier existing as Nutrition Atlas 1, but we have revised it. Now it is called the Nutrition Atlas 2.0. And this is not only a revised and updated version, but is a completely new avatar. The current web application is available at nutritionatlasindia.in. And you can see that this is the procedure we followed of developing this Nutrition Atlas and collection of data, then mock-ups, and then content validity, technical development, internal review, multi-stakeholder review, then review again, and then launch. It was launched in 2022. These are the different data sets that we acquired. I'm sorry for the small font, but we just wanted to show everything at one place. The National Family Health Survey, all 5 rounds. The district level household survey, all 4 rounds. Annual health surveys. Then we also have National Nutrition Monitoring Bureau, which had 10 to 16 states, depending on which time period you are sourcing the data from, and the CNNS Comprehensive Nutrition Survey, National Nutrition Survey. And this is the data sources diagram and how the Atlas web application sources the data. NFHS has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it has data related to stunting, wasting, underweight, anemia, supplementation, and all these things. So this is just a data sources, how it is used in the Nutrition Atlas platform is what I'm showing. And this is the web application development process. But the point that I'm trying to drive at is we try to make it compatible to all devices. And then this is how it looks. The design elements were taken from the best and award-winning formats. And then we came up with this Nutrition Atlas. If you just allow me, I'll show the Nutrition Atlas for a minute. I hope you're able to see this. Let's go to the home page. This is how it looks. This is the age-wise selection. You can just select any of the age group. Let's go to infancy and pregnancy, and then let us check, micronutrient deficiency. Within micronutrient deficiency, let us check iron deficiency, and let us check CNNS data. And this is how the India's map is there. In India, you can see 31% of iron deficiency among that age group. Punjab being the highest. And then you can click on it and then get, and then every of these figures is downloadable either for a PPT, for a JPEG, or for whatever. So any of the researchers or media or policymakers can quickly look up this data from different sources on one platform, develop the graphs, and then also download them for their presentations. So, for instance, if you go to adult women, let us see, BMI, let us see underweight, let us see which source you want. You can take NFHS 5 and then just check. And this is how it is. This is all India. There are 18.7% on an average underweight women, whereas the highest are from Jharkhand. If you click on Jharkhand, you can again see total urban and rural at one place. So again, if you go to the compare tab, you can compare 2 data sets, but it comes with a caveat that the data collection methods are different. I just want to check adolescent anemia. So I want to see all anemia, moderate or higher. So let us compare CNNS data with district level health survey. And then we check this, and then this is how it comes up to be. And we have defined what anemia means in each of the diet surveys. In CNNS, anemia has been defined like this. In DLHS, anemia has been defined like this. So this is only one part of the atlas. The other part and most interesting part of the atlas is also the various recommendations that are there For instance, if you want to see the nutrient recommendations for Indians, each of the recommendations is given here. And then if you want to see a sunburst chart, this is estimated average requirements of nutrients for Indians. If you want to go in for children, 7 to 9 years, each of the recommendations: protein, 0.75 grams per kg body weight, vitamin A, how much, thiamine, how much, each of these recommendations is available. Similarly, if you want to know the required dietary allowances, that also can be taken from this sunburst chart. For girls, if you want, 16 to 18 years, what are the various nutrients that are required? If you click on each one of them, the nutrients are shown to us. And if anybody wants to download, they can download even in a tabular form. So this is about recommendations. This also has the dietary guidelines for Indians embedded in it. It is an education. Why do you need to eat variety of foods and balanced diet? It takes you to the dietary guidelines booklet, and then you can go through the guideline. So apart from this, the nutrients and the requirements comprehensive understanding. If somebody wants to know about micronutrients, you want to know about macronutrients, protein, what is protein, where it comes from, and for each age group, how much is the requirement, and then what are the best sources. All these things are listed, and this has been made, this has been made for nutrition education. And apart from that, you also can see, nutrition games, which are made for easy understanding of nutritional concepts. There are crosswords, there are, the jumbled words and things like that. This is all available on one platform. Okay, I hope I'm back on my presentation. Okay, I'll switch from here to other priorities where I draw attention from multi-sectoral groups. Dr. Jha asked me to present about the atlas first, so I just took a few minutes to present about the atlas. But what we have now is the importance of diet diversity. Diet diversity is essential because no one food is good in all nutrients. One has to have different nutrients, and these nutrients come from different foods. And some of our studies have shown that individuals' diet diversity is based on food environment, but the food environment is based on 5 factors, what we call as 5 A's, for ensuring diet diversity. That is availability, accessibility, affordability, acceptability, accommodation, and uh, and and acceptability of the diet. All these are again contingent upon the agriculture. So here I request the scientists from agriculture to ensure that healthy and nutritious diets are made. What are the ways by which we can make them available, accessible, affordable, acceptable, and accommodative to every individual in India to increase their diet diversity? Unfortunately, from some of our studies, we've realized that the healthy foods are more expensive, and the ultra processed HFS is what we call high fat, sugar, and salt foods are meeting all these 5 A's, and they are available everywhere, even in the remotest corner of the country, even in the remotest village of the country. You can see the big laddies, garlands of chips and chocolates, and then aerated beverages, sugar sweetened beverages, all of them available. But unfortunately, although India produces highest amount of horticulture products, the per capita availability is very good in terms of fruit and vegetables, but that is not materializing in terms of consumption. How do we get there? Yesterday, I was in a genetic engineering conference wherein micronutrient enhancement in the foods was being talked about through genetic modification. But GMOs, although are not permitted in Indian scenario, at least simple genetic editing can actually enhance a lot of micronutrients in the food, and it has been proven. But the problem is how this reaches the people who are in need of it. And there is also a lot of confusion in the policymakers about gene editing and GMOs. They get confused, and then they say it is unnatural, and the promotion of that is taking a backseat. We as scientists of Indian diaspora can push for some of these initiatives. But while these initiatives are in place, there is a need for multi-sectoral crosstalk. The food technologies, technologists, the gene editing technologists, and also nutritionists, public health people, and most importantly, science communicators have to be sitting together on one platform and decide how these important innovations reach to their logical conclusion. Only then any desired health outcome happens, and only then the knowledge, attitude, and practices can be supported. So this is a drawing from our publication, as I said. I'll jump to another aspect which is also concerning in Indian scenario, where we have a lot of changing food environments due to ultra processed foods marketing. And this is a scenario that is borrowed from the developed world, is being pushed down the in the necks of the Indians, that ultra processed food is being made available, accessible, and is being marketed aggressively in Indian scenario. One of the studies shows that there is an increase, year-on-year increase of 13.7% of sales of ultra processed foods. And if you look at this chart, how much of advertising money is spent on them? This is all the advertising money that has been spent in 2023 in India. If I draw your attention to the pink part, which talks about the FMCG, the fast-moving consumer goods, which had 25,638 crore rupees pumped into advertising. And unfortunately for us, of this, 20% is pumped into food and beverage companies. And these are the companies which spend highest amount of money on advertising. Top 16 of them, at least 10 make foods and beverages. And these are being marketed very aggressively using all sorts of techniques and all sorts of persuasive techniques and appeals. They are made into some things that are very important for showing your affection. For instance, Rakhi comes now, Diwali comes. All the marketing about chocolates happens that you have to gift only chocolates celebrations for Diwali, and this is a very unfortunate situation. And we have to counter this aggressively. We are a country which produces highest amount of dairy, highest amount of horticultural products and green leafy vegetables, but we are unfortunately not able to take it to people. So while we have the processing industry supported, we have a food processing ministry, but that support should also continue, and technologies have to be evolved to ensure that the processing can delay the spoilage of the food, enhance its shelf life, but it should not compromise on nutrition. So can we come up with some processing technologies that can enhance the shelf life to ensure food is transported to different parts of the country, but its nutritive value still remains good? So this is the unfortunate situation. The TV screens and the mobile screens are slimming, but our bellies are bulging in Indian scenario, which is a very, very unfortunate situation. And if you look at a humble school kid, where all a school kid is, bombarded with advertising and aggressive marketing, home, school, community, digital media, everywhere. And unfortunately for us in Indian scenario, we do not have adequate regulations to combat this. Many countries like UK, Chile, Brazil, Mexico, Taiwan, South Korea have come up with strict regulations of not advertising these foods for kids and not taking kids as part of these advertisements as models. But such scenario has not been possible in India because of various reasons. Because if we do not have a regulatable definition of what is ultra processed food and what is high fat, sugar, and salt food, and once we do it, the industry actually props up the traditional food manufacturers, the traditional snacks and other things. And unfortunately, affiliate bodies of our own ideology fall prey for it. And then they say any regulation would impact the humble jalebis, humble sweets and sweetmeats of our country. It won't. But it is time for us to tell people which food is high in fat, sugar, and salt. And we have to be, there is nothing wrong in being true about it and frank about it. Even the food is made at home, outside, in a restaurant. If people know what is healthy, what is unhealthy for them, the choices become more informed. And this is an initiative that we are running, Let's Fix Our Food, wherein we are trying to better the young people's food environment. We are advocating for policy, bringing together several organizations like UNICEF, Public Health Foundation of India, International Food Policy Research Institute, Indian Institute of Economic Growth, And in several organizations, including Niti Aayog, we are very thankful for the support that the Niti Aayog has been giving, that we are asking for taxation of high-fat sugar foods, front-of-pack nutrition labeling, and enhancing nutrition literacy as a skill, not just as a rhetorical academic education, and then regulating private and public media advertising of high-fat sugar and salt foods. And this endeavor has brought together many organizations. This is on, and I welcome Indian diaspora staying abroad to support us and then help us put forth our view more forcefully to the policymakers. So this is the SWOT analysis of the regulations of marketing and policy that we have done. What we realized is they are scattered. If you want to talk about digital marketing of unhealthy foods, you have to talk to the IT ministry. If you have to talk about not marketing, not showing food advertisements on prime time on channels, then we have to talk to the information broadcasting ministry, and many such things have to happen. And these are all scattered in different ministries, and some are voluntary, some are voluntary, some are mandatory, and some suffer from poor enforcement. And states have to implement, because health is ultimately a state subject. The center can only make a regulation. The states have to support, and then we have different state governments, cooperating or not cooperating with the center. So this is a recent paper of ours wherein we have looked at the food environments of children, but the food environments of children are, targeted by marketing and then peer pressure and glossy representation of the foods and many things. So these are some things that we'll have to look at. We've come up with some resources, had Dr. Rajiv Bahel, the Secretary of DHR, the Department of Health Research, and Professor Vinod Paul, Honorable Member of Niti Aayog, help us and support and release our documents and policy briefs. We hope we will get to the right policymakers for right policy measures to ensure that food environments are better. And going to technologies, all those who are developing AI tools and then calorie counting apps, please look into these. We have taken the top 20 calorie counting apps in India, gave test cases, and then they gave recommendations which are extremely divergent from each other, and they don't align with NIN's recommendations. When we looked into the issue why this is happening, the greatest difficulty that we have is all these apps source diet-related data and diet-related nutrition information from not just authentic sources, from any source that we have. Having said that, I also call for cooperation from food technologists and nutrition scientists staying abroad, and also biochemists and food technologists to help us compile the nutrient database of cooked recipes, because each one cooks a similar recipe in a different way in Indian scenario. Sambar is cooked 10 different ways in 10 different households. That is true, but generally, can we have a model recipe and a nutrient composition of that entire thing? We at NIN are endeavoring to come up with. We have compiled about 5,000 recipes now. It soon we'll make them available globally, but nevertheless, more and more information on different recipes, because India is a huge country, different recipes, different foods, different diets. So we need more and more information to strengthen, more authentic information to strengthen our apps. So there are several experiments that have happened, but a lot of exasperations are there. That is lack of data of nutrition value of recipes, large variation in recipe making, ethical implications, and we cannot completely replace professional guidance of food literacy only with mobile applications. Thank you. I touched upon only 4 important things that I thought are important, but there are several other things that many scientists can come together, work, and then help us better the promotion of nutrition.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Subbayaji, for highlighting what NIN is doing, especially the Nutrition 2.0 program, and taking us through the various steps of dashboard. So I think we are already short on time. Maybe one question. There is a burning question you want to ask, and then we'll open up the floor for one question. Yes, there is one question. It's quick question and quick response.
As an adult, you all understand the value of nutrition, but
sorry, I'm not able to hear you well. Can you be a bit louder, please?
Yeah, so I was saying that as an adult, we all understand the value and how it affects the health, but how to educate the kids is like they see all other kids eating junk food, and then you start trying to stop them. They think like, okay, why you are doing that to me? You know, so how to educate kids is the most important thing that I think how we can, you know, easily pass on the value to them.
It's a bigger challenge, sir. I think I'm sure the biggest thing that we can do is uh, promote as much as possible consuming less processed foods, minimally processed foods, and that has to be a habit within the home. And let's make the habit of sitting together and having at least one meal in a day. That also enhances a bit of parental guidance. And second and most important is there are some studies which are showing sugar is highly addictive, and right at the stage of complementary feeding of the child from 6 months onwards, if you don't give, we have a tendency to give sugary foods when we are starting on complementary foods, or maybe all the complementary foods that we give are not homemade, we buy from outside the baby foods, and they are sugar dense. And then you have realized recently that the complementary foods that are sold in India and Southeast Asia have 30% more sugar than what they have in Europe and other places. Why is it so? The MNCs want bigger markets and sugar addicted future generations for them, so that not these products but future products can also be sold to them. So it all starts from home. Make fruit and vegetable consumption everyday habit, and then sit with children and have food with them at least once in a while. And don't say don't have junk food. Let's have junk food in limit, and let it not be our main meal, and let it not be every day. There could be one day in a week which is a junk food day, but and most important, it's not just junk food. What we make at home should also be not HFSs, high fat, sugar, and salt. Try and make food. So whether you make it at home, outside, in restaurant, or in a bakery, you please tell kids what is high fat, sugar, and salt, what is better in protein, what is better in micronutrients. I think that education goes a long way.
Thank you very much. And then we'll be sharing your email address and details. If anyone has more questions or more clarifications, please reach out to Mr. Balaji. Thank you very much again for your time. Appreciate it. One more round of applause.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Namaskar. Have a good day.
So that ends this session. I know we ran a little over time, so I pass it back to organizers to see that I believe copy and P is here with glucose justice and some other grace. So please help yourself, and we'll start the next session pretty soon. Thank you very much.
We have chai here, so please have chai. We will, what was time?
11:06.
In 5 minutes, we'll be back. In 5 minutes, we'll be back.
Yeah, take your coffee and come back.
We'll start sharply at 11:25. लंकुबा जी आप म्यूटेड हैं।
मुझे कुछ सुनाई नहीं दे रहा था इसलिए।
आप
ओके
आप स्क्रीन पे हैं।
Yes, now you're good.
ओके
Now you all can see it. Yes.
स्टार्ट।
जी
ओके नमस्ते सभी को। You all have spent couple of days together, and you had a heavy brainstorming as well. I know many things are going on over there, and a lot of topics I think got discussed. There might be few plans as well made over there. One thing is good that the GIST USA team is becoming stronger than the rest of the world. And the basic thing over here, I just wanted to say that right now, I'm not talking too much over here, but main purpose that why we are forming our teams and whatever the work what we are doing is basically to transform whatever we have gained in terms of knowledge, right? And that is something is going to contribute to the development of Bharat. But is it something that the knowledge is the only thing right now? I mean, we all know that right now in India as well, the knowledge or something related to the information, nobody is lesser than anybody in the world. But nowadays, the challenges what we all face, I mean, everyone knows that the worldwide challenges. The based on those challenges, the experience what diaspora gain, the attitude, the confidence, and the desire to contribute towards motherland, right? That is something that is more important from the diaspora, because the diaspora is really facing those challenges worldwide right now. That experience, the India-based people will not be able to, understand, convert it properly, and face those challenges immediately, right? So that particular thing, those challenges, those experience, those particular attitude get developed. So that is something really want to contribute back to the Bharat. So in terms of GIST, the way we have actually grown in US and really wanted to expand more, I mean, I can see that the strength what we have wanted to targeted and what we have right now, that is something is really required to be expanded, because as far as US team goes, everybody is looking at what US is doing, and based on that, rest of the chapters will follow. Senthilji is here right now. He's leading the GIST Europe part, but apart from that, we have the expansions in Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, Malaysia, Vietnam, Japan, and South Korea. But the teams there are no, the stronger base over there. A couple of members, are there, and they wanted to, make the teams over there. So I would like to, appeal some kind of help from you all as well. I mean, how the GIST wanted to, take it ahead. How the diaspora technocrats we are appealing to contribute back to the Bharat. In what fashion? That is something. If we can have some kind of contacts in other countries, then that we started, sharing with maybe Yellow Jiraji, maybe any other person, and that is how we can expand through that as well. So not only for the GIST chapter we are going to work, but for the rest of the world as well. Coming back to the India's development or the Bharat's contribution, we are trying to collaborate as much as I mean, I know that Yellow Jiraji might have given you a good insight about how the work is going on in India, but there are a lot of NGOs are there. There are a lot of organizations are there, institutes are there. We are collaborating with some kind of MOUs,
And that MOUs, whenever you visit to India, I would like you to get associated with that. Prior to that, if you can give your schedule, I mean, if you are visiting for, let's say, about a month or maybe 15 days, and if you are able to contribute couple of days as well, that is enough for us, right? To plan your activities, plan your contribution, right? So that is something I would like to appeal over here. And rest of the things are really good, going good. So that is all from my side right now. I don't want to take much time over here right now. So Senthilji wanted to take it ahead. Before that, I would request Prakashji to please introduce him. Thank you. Namaste. I'm not able to hear. Me or Senthilji are not able to hear.
Yes, yes, yes.
So let me introduce our next speaker, Senthil Srinivasiji. So he's a senior staff engineer at Intel in Ireland, and his specialization in the semiconductor industry or semiconductor technology. So before he moved there, so he was with IMEC in Belgium, and he was leading semiconductor R&D there as a technical manager. So he's very passionate and very active in promoting the advanced semiconductor technology. I can tell you, I'm not in IT, but everywhere that I see, everywhere that I go, the semiconductor chips and IT plays a big role, and I'm really happy to see that, and he's passionate. So he holds a PhD from DRDO Turku, and he pursued his research in IIT Bombay and University of Stuttgart in Germany. He's originally from Tamil Nadu, and he had some right away in HSS back in Belgium. So since 2025, he's focusing on building just in Europe. So with that, I will hand it over to Senthil.
Thank you, Prakashji, and namaskar to everyone. It's a fortunate to meet you all online. It's an unfortunate not being present there. I'm sure the GIST activity in USA is going very well, and you people are having a very good discussion. And right now, I'll just focus in next 5 to 10 minutes about what we are doing in Europe. It's a very broad, abstract level. The Europe activity started like less than 5 months, so it's a very young team. We are trying to put puzzles together and then building up the part. We have a core team of around 10 members, and the team is growing. Right now, we have presence in Sweden, Benelux, which is a Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg combined together. Then Ireland, Germany, and still we are growing. So this is the team that we could build in the past 5 months in Europe area. I'm keeping UK and Germany part, which was very active for quite some time. I'm keeping that away because the current Europe chapter, which I am talking or I'm being assigned to work on, this is focusing on Young Scientists and Innovators Forum. So all the activities that I'm going to talk about or we are planning to do is coming under a broad spectrum of Young Scientists and Innovators Forum. The Agar Kranti part, which is already happening in Germany and UK, that is a separate one. That I'm sure you might have heard yesterday and today that part. So what is happening in Europe in Young Scientists and Innovators Forum? As I said, that a core team is built, the country-wise team is being organized, and we are connecting to the science and technology experts in the respective country. We do have an active LinkedIn page, and we keep a habit of posting some news which is related to GIST and the greater good of the globe. That's what we are doing it. Yes, it's a very young organization. What is our primary focus? We call it a three pillars in Young Scientists and Innovators Forum. So the pillar one of this is that 1,000+ scientists in 15 years from GIST. We would like to meet young minds, go to our school, like we call it a go to roots. Me as a Indian, studied in Indian school from a village, I would like to visit my place and the school and college and talk to them about what I learned in this journey. So the joy of discovery in this journey in research and development and so on. So we'd like to talk to these people and inspire them. The same way our members, we are motivating them whenever they go to Bharat. You visit your school, college, talk to the people, let them get inspired by this. I got this inspiration when I was doing my bachelor's. A DRDO scientist visited my classroom and he spent 20 to 25 minutes telling about what he was doing in DRDO. So that time it was my BSc second year. At that time I decided if I want to do something in my career, it should be in the leading scientific institute. So I took that as an goal and I worked out. I got DRDO fellowship after my master's. In my college, I was the first person who was getting a DRDO fellowship immediately after passing out. So that kind of inspiration, we have to take it to our schools and colleges. So that's the idea behind that. Our team is fully working on this part. That's the one pillar. 1,000+ scientists in 15 years. So this 15 years comes from if you could meet a student in 8th or 9th standard, if we could mentor them, handhold them, and help them to come to the PhD, till the PhD. So that's the 15 years timeline. That's the one. Second is that networking event in the country where we are, like me in Ireland, our friends in Belgium, Germany, Sweden. So they would like to organize a networking event once in a quarter or something. This we have done it in Belgium a couple of years back with the embassy, collaborating with the embassy. So that's the model we are bringing in. The initial discussion is happening with the Belgium embassy also, and they are happy to part. It's not only networking, they also get some advices from us. For example, when I was in Belgium, whatever happens in semiconductor industry, I used to send them a note. So that was very helpful for them. So that's the model we are going to adopt it in this way. Then when we go to India, we would like to, yes, as part of the go-to routes, we also ask our members to visit the science and technology institutes and academia and give a talk. That just India part will coordinate in this one. As I said, it's less than 5 months, very limited people get an opportunity to visit and do this one. As part of this initiative, we have under GIST umbrella, we could collaborate with PSG College of Technology in Coimbatore, which is almost 170+ years established institute. We are promoting a semiconductor forum there where they could train their students. So it's a GIST helping them to set up a semiconductor forum over there where we will provide experts in semiconductor field that they could generate manpower capacity in Bharat. So these are the three pillars we are planning: 1,000 scientists in 15 years, and networking in the country where we are, and also establishing or collaborating with the institutes in India, focusing on our every member's specific domain. So this is the broad pillar. In addition to this, we are also working on a conclave series where we are planning to conduct 12 lectures in a year. That means one lecture per month. And this is just not only a lecture. We would be coordinating with a group of experts and so on. The outcome of this lecture would be, post this lecture, there will be a deep discussion on the how that concept can be translated to the global goodness. So that would come as a white paper. A deep discussion would happen. A kind of a think tank will be formed for every topic, and a white paper we will produce. And also we will recommend the policy making body with a certain suggestions. For that, we would be partnering with public policy experts in organizations such as like-minded organizations, Center of Policy Research and Governance in New Delhi, and as well as they have a branch in Brussels, which is a European Union headquarters as well. Also India House in New Delhi. So these are the places we would be contacting. Already we have started establishing contacts over that. So every lecture will have a follow-up discussions, and a white paper and a policy recommendation will come together as a part. These are the overall activities. Right now, the GIST Europe team is focusing. In addition to that, there was recently a nice report came out, that the Global Innovation Index. And if you see that, it's a clear classification of like all the higher global innovation index are on the north part of the hemisphere, not the south. So the global south should be our focus as well. So the first contact we have established in Guyana, and we are going to build a team in Guyana to focus on global south, just focusing on global south. That's the bigger picture. It's a very early stage that we are doing. We have also identified a couple of experts in biotech, agri, and statistics in Guyana. So it would be a great help being in northern part of America if people could join us and give some guidance and contacts to establish the global south part as well. So that's the overall activities we have started. It's a very young organization in Europe, focusing on young scientists and innovators. Thank you very much.
You've heard what's happening just in Bharat and just in Europe, and in a very short period of time, how Central has taken it not only just in Europe, but in the global south. Right. So now get to hear a quick update from Dr. Kundapanani Ramanuram. So what's happening in the United States? He's a just joint secretary. So he has a PhD from Indian Institute of Science. He's an academic and he's also an entrepreneur, and he currently lives in San Diego, in California.
So hello, good morning. Podium. So it's my pleasure to welcome you all and to update you about GIST USA. So last almost 18 hours or more, we have been very seriously discussing what all happened, sometimes very passionately, on the various aspects of our activity. And all of us about verticals and very deeply, and some new verticals also we decided to include like AI in the flavor of the day. And so before actually saying what is happening with GIST USA, I want to go back in timeline for some. So since the older days from the Institute of Science, very interesting. So I around in the early 80s, LOG and myself and our previous speaker, Ramesh, both friends, were all students in the Institute of Science. And there was a Vasu and Dwarka, professors. So that time we decided to start something called Swadeshi Science Movement. So that is where actually this kind of activity started. So we were all to talk with scientific students interested in learning Sanskrit Bhakti, and I don't want to take much time about activities of Ugoji, what I should tell, but later we will discuss personally. And so this started, and then later we all moved on. I left both of us here, and the rest of our friends, like Amin, they remained in India. And now, after many decades, 4 decades, we see it is a state government for Jnana Bharati, and now GIST is part of Jnana Bharati, and it is spreading all over the world. And the biggest part of the international politics in the United States. And I give all the credit for this growth, everywhere in everywhere, right? So they say, okay, somebody with the Vata dosha it actually is always moving around. And am I right? So yeah, and this is about the background. And here they made some time. And there are two more people whom I want to acknowledge for the growth of just in the United States. One is this all of you know, the smiling and the very calm Prakash ji, and the one who is always at the back, Sumit ji. And there are several other who have contributed, but I think that LOG, Sumit ji, and Prakash ji are, I can say, real pillars, and LOG is being the biggest one in between, and without him, nothing moves. That is, and that is about the main and the contributors. And recently, although there are 4 articles which are actually very active, although last time we had similar meeting 2 years ago, and we decided, I think, 5 articles, of which agriculture is very active, thanks to, you know, Varadi and Gopal Kakandi and Prakash ji. And then Ayurveda, thanks to Mahadevan ji. And now combining these two, LOG started the new one, which was offshoot of Harvard in India, or the nutrition disease. So in the, I think 23rd of November, they had a Ayurveda Day celebrated in so many Indian consulates. And I saw actually, you know, this part in the country arranging all of this. And in this process, we had lots of new people coming in. You could see yesterday the Nari Shakti. All that the discussion so it is a lot of Ayurveda and related you know, experts joined us, and this gave us a big boost in membership. So about membership, we currently have around 300 to 400, and in the sense who are actually known, and I urge all of them to become technically members by signing up those Google forms. And if you look at this, I know this kind of meet. I think 2 years ago we had first time this in the person meet. That time we had only less than half of the people, 45 students. And this time the number is more. And of course, this particular event still more because of you can see who knows. And thanks to Tom Gandhi in particular. And what was interesting about this year was the educational work. We have the program where we mentor young high school students, and they pick up interesting subjects all related to what we do in our country or nutrition 360. And they I think last year there were 78 students, and Manisha Ji, who is you know, helping us to start that you know, kickstart the program. And this year, other 7 or 8 students joined, of which 3 of them presented their work. And it was very nice to see the young kids talking about, you know, like research scholars, giving the presentation and references and all. That was very fulfilling for any teacher. Seeing students doing very well. That was very interesting. So I think I have covered most of it. And other job is I don't know whether I need to update about what happened last 2 days, because you can see that we again discussed about all the verticals. Update was given, and
discussion was done whether a new particular thing today. And as you mentioned, AI was the one where the startup should improve. And also, I forgot one more thing. We have some more, outstanding people joining us in the form of networking and NGOs. So that also is actually now taking off. And with all that, we hope that next time will be probably we need still bigger, more number of chairs here. And again, more of you will participate and make all our people successful. So thank you.
So next speaker, he was supposed to be here, and it's just my great honor and privilege to inform Ramesh Lakshman Babu. So he's a Consul General for India, and his jurisdiction is for 7 states, if you didn't know that. Unfortunately, he could not come because there was a death in his family. Father-in-law passed away on Thursday night. And I got a frantic message from him saying that, Ajay, unfortunately, I cannot come. And I asked him, so what happened? And he said, that's what happened. He sends a sincere regret for not being here to greet and meet all of you and Dr. Somnath as well. But Rameshji is a career diplomat, and he has been in Atlanta. His office is in Atlanta, but he serves the southeast of the United States as the Consul General. They are not just responsible for the passport and visas, but I can tell you, closely seeing him and his activities from his office, their main goal is to increase the India-US relationship, particularly in the current geopolitical system. We can understand as to how challenging it can be. But I can also tell you that, having been closely seeing him in various activities, he supports any and all activities that come to his table, to his attention, that is going to help the Indian community, Indian diaspora, US-India relationship. To give a couple of examples, he was very instrumental in supporting Thermite Digital Age, the inaugural conference that happened in Atlanta, and he again supported last year as well. And he also supported the Nutrition 360 launch a couple of weeks ago. So since he was not able to come, I think there is a video message from him that Prakash got it. So we'll just take that. Thank you.
Namaste. Good morning. I couldn't attend physically due to some personal commitment. And I wish the last day of deliberation among you has identified various actionable points to collaborate on science and technology collaborations between India and USA. It would have been a great honor for me to physically meet you and understand the further areas of collaboration between 2 countries. However, having said that, we all know we are all proud of you, Indian American scientists, in your contribution to this country and to the global science and technology for us. And we all know that it's an open secret that Indian origin researchers contribute 10% of patents in USA, and they contribute, they account for 11% of NIH research grants and 13% of critical scientific publications in foundational fields such as medicine, artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and clean energy is contributed by Indian American scientists. It's a great honor. We are all proud of your achievement. Keep doing great work wherever. My interaction during various institutes, every leadership in various institutes in Southeast USA are proud about Indian American contribution in science and technology. And Government of India is deeply committed to strengthening partnership with our science and technology diaspora through various fellowship on various projects like WIPO Scholarship, Ramanathan Fellowships, Collaborative Research Mission in AI, Quantum Technology, Green Energy, and Health sector. So with this, it's an humble request, this vibrant community to seize new opportunity to engage with India through mentorship, research partnership, cross-border startup investments, and joint innovation in areas such as health, medical, health computing, advanced engineering, and various other biotechnology fields. So India doors are open to you, or India doors are open for talent, knowledge, creative energy. Seize this opportunity and contribute what you are doing as an individual. You could do through GAST as a forum, and all the very best wishes for all the organizers who have done great job in organizing such a great event. Thank you. Namaste.
So next, it's my honor and privilege to introduce, I don't think that needs an introduction, and request Mani Brahmaji Agarwal. I think many of you know Brahmaji, originally from Kenya, and he moved to the United Kingdom in 1974 and moved to the United States in 1984. And he's the chairman of Park Square Homes. He is extremely successful business person. But more than that, I think many of us, or all of us, or many other people who are not in the audience, they know about his phenomenon. Just to give a couple of examples. So he's Sangachalak, is the president of the Hindu Swayamsevak Sangh for the Southeast Bengal. He is also a benefactor of the Hindu University of America that has been going on since 1989. I believe that was when he started. And he served, in fact, the Hindu University of America campus is right here, the beautiful campus that Mani Brahmaji has given. It's because of his kindness, the philosophy, and the long-term vision. You know, he's very passionate about teaching our children, English children, third generation, fourth generation. You get to hear from him. But he's also currently serving as the chairman of Patanjali Yoga Peeth. And I have the privilege to know what Patanjali Yoga Peeth is wanting to do. And I had heard from Mani Brahmaji as well. And he has been my inspiration and the role model. So with that, I will request Mani Brahmaji to address the audience.
Thank you very much for these kind words. I was born in Africa, Kenya. Didn't know a lot of things about India, except the fact that I was connected with RSS. The first country which RSS went to after, outside India was Kenya. So this way, whatever information I had is because of RSS. Then, of course, I was involved with the RSMR. But I feel very strongly that one time our people went to the East, China, Japan, Southeast Asia, Indonesia, and all, and our teachings spread to all those places. Now, the God has given us the opportunity, people who have come to this country and Europe and all, it's our responsibility to spread our teachings. The biggest weakness we have is marketing. We don't share our beautiful things with other people. And I have no doubt in my mind, if we do that, these people are very receptive. Ask anybody, and he'll say, oh, I'm not interested in religion. I am interested in spirituality. And what are the teachings of India all about? Now, a lot of scientists are coming up with new discoveries, new things. And what do they say? Oh, it's already mentioned in, Indian literature. So it's all our responsibility to share our information. Now, for example, just one example is that one Muslim guy met me in a flight and asked me, can I ask a question? Say, why do you worship stones? Now tell me, what does that mean? What does that mean? So I thought for a minute, if all Muslims think we are worshipping stones, so what respect can they have for you and for your teachings? And I go for lunch with Americans and I don't eat meat. So they, oh yes, you must be Hindu. And I know all about Hinduism. And what is it? You people worship millions of gods and goddesses. You worship cows and monkey god and elephant god and this sort. Can you imagine whatever, whoever you are, or what do the Muslims and the Christians think about us? So it's very important that we share our real teachings. So we came up with this booklet which explains the significance, even of our kids. Now tell me, you go to any temple, anyway, I've been to Kenya, UK, India, and this country. Can the pujaris tell us or our kids anything about Hinduism, Hindu Dharma? They'll tell you rituals and puja and all that. Are our kids interested? There was a meeting of HNC, Hindu Mandir Executive Committee. And they said, well, if we carry on like this, these temples will become history. Because kids are not going to go and worship. Because the pujaris cannot tell them anything about it. So this booklet, I feel this very picture of Ganesh tells us a lot about what Hindu Dharma is. Big head. Now, in our culture, it's not a question of belief. Our culture is, our teachings are not based on belief system. It's based on logic, reasoning. Everything can be explained. Gita is question answer. All of the scriptures are question answers. You can ask any question. Whereas other religions like Christianity and Islam, it's all based on belief. You have to believe. God said that. So this booklet explains the significance of all the murtis in the temple. I shared this booklet, teachings of Ganesh and everything. What are these murtis all about? And the Imam said, after listening to me, that what these murtis mean. Ganesh, big head means what? Think big. What is Modi doing? Thinking big. By 2047, what's going to happen? He wants to see India as great as any other country. So we all have to have big goals, big ideas. And this is what it means. Big and big ears. What's the biggest problem in India? See, we are just doing the worshipping Ganesh, but we just do the opposite of what Ganesh represents. He says, listen, 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 and do not speak unless you really understand what the person is asking. What do we do in India? We talk and don't listen. And that's why there are a lot of conflicts. So everything, I mean, how can such a big body sit on the mouse? Kids are going to ask you. How many parents can explain? How can such a big body sit on a mouse? So it's very important. Mouse represents the mind. Mind is always like this and the mouse is always like. So most important thing is we have to train our mind. We have to quieten our mind. Because once we quieten our mind, we will realize who we are. Just like the sun is there, but because of the clouds, we cannot see the sun, but we don't say the sun is not there. So similarly here, the Atma, the soul, if you quieten the mind, you will experience your Atma. This is where meditation comes in. I mean, I went to personal meditation, 10 days course. They don't charge you anything. Why? They put you up, they feed you and all that. Why don't they charge you anything? Because once you have done it, 10 days course, you feel so great, so, fired that you want to donate. You want everybody to do that meditation. It doesn't have to be professional. But the most important thing is our Hindu culture, because of COVID, now we don't shake hands. So I go to Rotary. So I said, well, we don't have to shake hands. But then these people, what do they do now? They do this and they do that. So I said, well, our culture, 5,000 years ago, our culture came up with this greeting, Namaste. And I told them the meaning that I bow down to the divinity within you. When I look at you, I'm not looking at this food and water thing. Even the children know 70% of this body is water. Am I treating the water and the food? I'm treating you, the soul, the Atma. Even Jesus said, I tell the Christian people, even Jesus said, the kingdom of God is within you. So we have a lot of work that we have done on the science-based and a lot of teachings. We have to make sure we understand and we can teach our kids and teach the whole world. This is very important that we learn all this. And then the festivals, all the festivals we do all the rituals. But can anybody explain the significance of all those rituals? So we came up with the booklet of what those rituals mean. Ritual is like a step taking you to spiritual. See the word spiritual? The last part of that word is ritual. But we are stuck at the ritual, the first step. Even the pujaris again, as I say, in the temple, they cannot explain what the rituals mean. What is Shivratri? Now, Shivratri, Swami Dayananda Saraswati of Arya Samaj, he was a child. He was told to, today we are going to worship Shivji. Whole night we have to be awake. And what happened? He stayed awake while most of the people went to sleep. And in the morning he asked the parents, how come Shivji did not stop that mouse going up and down his body? And they said, oh, well, it's not Shivji, it's just a murti. Oh, so where is Shivji? Oh, Shivji is in Himalayas and all that. And he left the house, and you know what happened? He created that institution, Arya Samaj, which did wonderful jobs of educating the ladies and go back to Vedas. Knowledge, knowledge, knowledge. So our teachings are all about knowledge. While all this material science is great, we need all that. So if we can work together, material science and the spiritual science, the only way to have peace in the world is if people accept our teaching. Yeah? How can you have any problem with anybody? Once you say, I bow down to the divinity within you, if I look at you as divine, how can I hurt you? So these are our teachings. If we can share these and let people know what we are, then this world could be beautiful. So this is where a small effort in the university, Swamiji came, he was dealing with mostly Spanish people, and he came with this idea, how come all other religions, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, have universities, colleges? How come Hindus don't have anything? This is when we started the Hindu University of America. Most of the teachings are online. Of course, we have an office here and our office in downtown. That's the official address, and then this place. So eventually, we are going to, we have a lot of great courses are held by the Hindu University. And a lot of people, once they do a course at the Hindu University, they feel so excited. Wow. So my thing is, as I say, I was born in Africa, so I didn't know much about the problems or the poverty or the challenges faced by India. But having been associated with Arya Samaj, I have, really, I'm so passionate about it. And this is where we bought it, because Hindu community doesn't have any campsite. Christians have universities, this campsite. Our children, when they come here, they feel so great. So if all of us study whatever the scriptures are, our teachings are, besides the material sciences, this is the most important thing, because even after having all the material successes, people are still not happy. Look at this country.
It's always inspiring and always something that I learn every time that I meet you and I hear you. So I know we all have been eagerly waiting for this moment, right? I won't take too much time. But let me share one thing. On August 23rd, 2023, like many other people in Bharat, in the United States, globally, I was one of the crazy person who glued to the TV to see what's going to happen with our Chandrayaan-3. You all remember that? So that Chandrayaan softly landed on the south pole of moon, which was the first time that any country has been able to do it. And I could see the emotions, I could feel the emotions, and the person behind that the whole Chandrayaan-3 and many other successful launches is sitting here next to me and with all of us. It's just such a great humbling experience, Dr. Somnathan. So it's I think I would say it's one of the dreams come true. I had a privilege to work with Dr. Mashalkar. He's another great scientist. My career actually started in his lab back in 1986, and I'm still in touch with him. So he's one of the visionary scientists. And today I got to sit next to you, sir. I'll do a quick purchase of Dr. Somnathan. I think many of you know that he's an aerospace engineer, has been associated with ISRO for almost 40 years. He's a mechanical engineer and he's also a gold medalist, but probably many of you didn't know that or maybe know that from ISA Bangalore. And beyond Chandrayaan-3, he has been instrumental in many other successful launches. I don't know how he does it, but after taking the retirement or after giving up the role as the chairman of the ISRO earlier this year, so he has taken up another role, chairman of the Chanakya University. Sorry, chancellor of the Chanakya University. And it just, again, you can see the visionary things and his vision for the Chanakya University is basically nurturing future-ready leaders, grounded in values, knowledge, and the purpose. Let me repeat that because I think it's very relevant to what Brahmaji said and what it meant to many of the scientists and engineers and what Modi's vision is for our Bharat, Viksit Bharat by 2047, and how it all connects the dots with what vision the government has. So again, I'm going to repeat that vision because it's very important. Nurturing future-ready leaders grounded in values, that's the party values, and the knowledge that you all have the knowledge, and you heard a lot of things this morning, a lot of things are happening. We continue to build the skill sets, educate more people in different areas, and the purpose, which is very important. So thank you for taking time and being with all of us, gracing this occasion, and we're all looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you, sir.
Namaskar. Thank you so much for this opportunity to be here. When you all assembled for this program, your annual meeting, I believe. I'm happy to be part of the concluding session. I came to USA this time for a mission to talk about Chanakya University, which I am the chancellor. So all of us were traveling across USA at many universities and trying to meet as many people as possible, including faculty and students and for future teachers and researchers in India. Then to establish that connection between them to Chanakya University and possibly other universities in India. I also talk about the story of India today, because it's a country which is changing. Bharat is changing significantly in a way that all of us want is to be by the time that we celebrate the 100th year of independence. I think we would like to see Bharat becoming a powerful nation. And why powerful? I think all of you know that power is to make the country a place where all of us, anybody in the world, will love to come and stay there. Because it gives you such an environment for anyone to flourish. And that's the country that we want to build. But how it can be built? By the people. And we need to work on domains like technology, science, to build a nation like that. And I tell the story of ISRO to everyone. Because it is important to tell that story. Because we need to showcase examples that this country can actually produce with very limited resources and with inspired people. When Sarabhai started this journey of building space program way back in the 60s, I think all of you know that the condition of the nation was not that great. And people would have even discussed why we should build a space program for a country which actually starves in many places and don't have even infrastructure. I believe that he had a vision, a conviction that it's important for us to work in such domains. And we are lucky to have such people like Sarabhai, Homi Bhabha, who built all those things, and even in agriculture, missionaries. And what they did, they brought people from across the world. Sarabhai came to USA at that time and also to Europe, and inspired people who were working here to come and work in, in small facilities which had no infrastructure and sheds and very pathetic situations to build institutions in it. And we know them, and I had the fortune to see some of them and work with them who built ISRO. At least I am more familiar with that. They came from the universities and institutions in the US. At least I know them. And they created the basic capabilities and framework for building space program in India. And not only he did that, he also collaborated across the world to bring knowledge, technology to India. The first of the rockets that we launched were also provided by many nations. The rocket came from the USA, the ground computers for controlling it came from Russia, the knowledge of many other things came from France, and he was able to build a rocket launching station at Tumba in the southern end of Kerala and made the first launch with no knowledge present there. Infrastructure were all brought. He brought a satellite from USA and then put it over India for 1 year and then showcased that we can actually transmit television programs. Television was not even heard of in the villages at that time. And it's called silent program. And programs were recorded at that time by Akashvani. There was no Doordarshan. Akashvani recorded the program and transmitted to thousands of villages. and very frugally built antennas received those programs and showcase that it is possible for us to show this technology can actually impact the society. And those were the days of building space program. And slowly after Sarabhai, great leadership came to ISRO, like Dhawan. So Dhawan was a director of the Institute of Science who got educated at Caltech. Still, when I went there, I saw his poster and his name printed there as a great aeronautics engineer who worked there and then came back to India and contributed to building institutions like IISc and ISRO. He was the chairman of ISRO for maybe 12 years or so. And he gave direction to build an institution which focuses on delivering complex systems. And that came Kalam and SLV3 story with all of you know. So the story of building a space program when America was already on the moon, we were building the first of rockets in 1960s. And there was no enough knowledge. Other than those 10 people who came from the US, the rest of the people came from India. And they were sourced from colleges and institutions in India at that point. And today, so I know those all of us who were there in space program are all sourced from various institutions in Bharat, not even from IITs. They came from many institutions of second and third tier institutions, and they were all trained to handle complex knowledge domains. And after 60 years of working in space program, today we are at some point that people respect us because we are able to do things at extremely low cost, frugally, going to moon, land on the South Pole, being the first country to do so successfully. Going over to Mars, Mars mission we did using our rocket. And India was the first country. India is still the first country to do it in the very first attempt to orbit Mars. And we brought beautiful science and images of Mars. And Chandrayaan 3, all of you know, I was part of that mission. So when I was chairman of ISRO, after having the problem of landing on the moon in Chandrayaan 2, we were able to find out what went wrong and make all the corrections and build a new mission to land on the moon. But I think all of these are symbolic. But they were great scientific work. But the most important part for us was to build a capability to launch many more satellites. We believe that it's important for us to build all of this because we need that type of support for communication. Today, for all the television programs that we broadcast are from our satellites. It's based on the satellites that we have launched. We protect our boundaries by our own satellites and then handle that issue of observation, surveillance. We have looking at climate and weather, all our climate data, cyclogenesis, disaster management happens to satellites. And all of this are built in India. Of course, there is procurement of things and knowledge from many other places, but we created the capability within ISRO to have research and industry ecosystem around India to build them. And this is a great journey. For example, even building a rocket, early journey of rocket, I was part of it. I was recruited and was part of the PSLV team. I know that early building a rocket and then making it successful. The next 10 years of my career, I worked on PSLV and I saw the first mission failing. Overcoming that failure and then again building a rocket and launched for almost 1 year for us at that point in time. But then after that, we had no looking back. All that learning of building complex technologies were acquired during that time. And we were sent to institutions like Indian Institute of Science. I went to Indian Institute of Science, sponsored by ISRO, to go and learn and come back. And we send people across institutions in the country to collaborate with academia and then bring that knowledge back to us. And that helped the organization grow within stature and knowledge. And this knowledge percolated into other domains. I think you know which all domains that this knowledge has already gone in, including strategic capabilities, materials, manufacturing. Today, some of the industries who work with us are global industries who know how to build competitive products. And ISRO has really transformed at least some of the industries who are able to do great work in metallurgy, material science, manufacturing, electronics, components production, R&D in many areas. I think that type of growth has happened. But today we look at space not just for this goal, because there is a vision set by our Honorable Prime Minister after the landing has happened, and he declared the August 23rd as the National Space Day, and he named that location as the Shiva Shakti Point. I think all of you would have watched that. And he told us that it's important for us to build a long-term program for us in space. Next 25 years, when you celebrate our 100th year of independence, an Indian should be on the moon. And how is it going to happen? Because we still do not have the ability to send human beings to space. And how will we land people on the moon? And why is it important for our country? That's a question. And we understand that if you really concentrate on some of these things, then an infrastructure of knowledge and skill will develop in various ecosystems. Sending a man to moon is maybe symbolic at that point, but then India doesn't want to be left behind in an ability to go to an interplanetary commission and do such activities. For example, building a space station is also in the agenda, because we realize that the continued presence of people in orbit and in microgravity environment is important for conducting research in material science, biotechnology, and other domains in the future. And we do not want to be left behind. We want to create R&D research institutions in the country which will feed into such research. So there is a program to build a space station called Bharatiya Antariksh Station, and that has been approved. And we have a program to build continued missions to go to moon. To go to moon, land, bring back samples and analyze, and then look at the presence of water. And in fact, all of you know that our Chandrayaan 1 found out water on the moon, and that payload was provided by NASA. And NASA payload was hosted in our mission, and we found water. And that has been a great successful mission. And in all of this, we collaborate. I think with the collaboration with NASA in the recent times must be something which I need to address, because I was here talking to the administrator at that time to build a mission of an Indian going to the International Space Station. That also materialized recently. I think all of you know, Shubhanshu Shukla, our astronaut, went in a commercial mission in Axiom 4 to the International Space Station. And we will ask you why you should go. It's important for us to go because we have never sent anyone yet to space. When we need to learn the tricks of the trade, and it requires knowledge and skill. That we need to work with people who have already done that. And I'm very happy that we were able to be incorporated with that whole scheme of things. To a lot of people from India came and worked with the NASA team, and we achieved that mission successfully. We also did a mission called NISA. NASA is also the radar recently. It's one of the costliest ever satellite that was built by India, collaborating with NASA, JPL, Caltech. Did that payload part. It's a laser, it's a radar payload in L-band synthetic aperture radar, and we built a S-band synthetic aperture radar satellite, and both we integrated at Indian Satellite Center and launched using our rocket just 2 months back, and it is in orbit undergoing evaluation now. And once the satellite becomes reality in terms of meaning that I'm very sure about it, we give you so much information about the Earth system, specifically the tectonic movements, the water stressing, the climate, the ice melting, and many, many other parameters which will be important for the conservation people. And this data is going to be useful for the whole of humanity. And Bharat looks at how we can actually help people in building space capabilities, not just limited to India. We have been helping nations around India to develop space capability. Recently, I was asked to work with Nepal, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, some of the South Asian countries to build capability. And we were donating our knowledge and skill for them to grow in the space sector. So today, space is a very, very, very competitive field. It has also become democratized in terms of the ability to send things to orbit, low cost. So we also have to upgrade our skills to meet these challenges in the future. Now, let me not continue with the space program alone. There is something much more happening in India. It is the domain of science and technology and investment in science and technology. Space will showcase as an example, but we are having great growth in various sectors. For example, if you look at the infrastructure in India, the growth that is happening is tremendous. In terms of airports, now we have almost 140 airports. It was just 70, maybe 6-7 years back. Now we have 140 airports. The road construction, about 70 kilometers per day is being built, which used to be much lesser. The Gati Shakti program, which is linked to space program, space data, to link various logistics infrastructure, is actually making real sense because our logistic cost in India is very, very high still. Has to be brought down substantially in the business. Have to work very well economically. So Gati Shakti were connectedness between various places by building roads, network of rail connection, air connectivity for a vast country like us. It's very important. And today we have rail and road infrastructure. How many times that British has left us? I think all of this was created in the last 4 years, and the pace at which it is being built is really much better now. Look at the power generation. Today we have a national grid which feeds power across all states. Earlier they used to have the local grids. Now the entire power circuit is actually through a national grid. And the power failures is actually very less in India, which used to be the case, except for trees are falling on the power lines, which is ever common everywhere. But here, now we have a strong power grid, and in that power grid, 30% of the power comes from solar. It's very significant for because the investment to go to green energy, wind and solar is really, really high. Because our investment in that has really increased in creating solar cell and building solar panel building within India. I think a lot of two companies are coming to do that. Recent announcement in chip program. I think all of you know that building electronic chips has been something which we forgot. Hope something that when that really happened, we were not in the race, so we didn't pay attention to it at that point in time. Maybe 20 years back, if we have paid attention, I think we would have been a leading country today. But at least we have realized now in the last few years that there is a strong attempt to bring electronics manufacturing capability. But you know that Indians are really great in terms of fabulous work that we do. Globally, they are one of the few people in building this capability, but we have not invested in building them in India. Almost 1.5 lakh crore incentives have been announced by government to build electronics company, build manufacturing companies in India. But it's not easy journey. It's not going to happen just immediately. It will take years of effort because it's very important for us to put effort on it in terms of building that capacity. At least manufacturing capability in this sector is slowly growing. It is equally important in many other areas. If you look at biotech, for example, India realizes biotechnology is a very important area for us in medicine research, bioengineering, biotechnology, medicine, pharmaceuticals, medical devices. For example, if you look at the population, our population is 1.4 billion now. And it is predicted that it will grow to 1.6 billion. And maybe after that, it will stabilize and go down. That's the prediction for how it's going to be. But we are at an advantageous position in Bharat today. Our demographic advantage is something very great because young people are the highest compared to many other nations in India. And this is a great advantage for us in our country. And this should be utilized properly. But it also poses challenges for us because another 24 people are going to be added. And how do you really handle this in terms of the mobility of the people to cities, infrastructure building that is going to happen because everybody is scaling up their living standards, villages from there, they are shifting to this. The labor is changing, the nature of the labor is changing. You need to bring in automation for agriculture. Agricultural production should not drop for us to cause problem for our food production. So you see US, but that is not the way in which food is produced in India. You have still marginalized and small farmers, plenty, not like the large scale agricultural firms that we have here. So how do you really bring automation? How do you bring precision agriculture, precision fertilizers, water management? We need technologies to be connected. This becomes a major challenge for us for the next 20 years. For example, the water sourcing. It's a serious issue because fresh water reserves are going and how the environment impacts in this. So we need to look at hydrology as a major issue. Space has been a great supporter of creating this knowledge, but we need great amount of research in this. And genomics, for example, is another big mission that India has looked at. How do you really map all this 1.44 people, genes, and then look at the pattern and see how you can have to address the health issues in the next year. So there is a gene mission, genome mission announced by government. Look at this on a large scale, but just going on now, but it has picked up the pace. We also have similar missions announced in AI, in quantum, in computing, and all of this becomes important. One of the important missions is to create large language models for Indian languages. I think this is a great effort that's happening At least 20 languages are part of that model creation, which is driven by some of the IITs now. So if you look at in various sectors, I think there is an effort to create missions and then work on a concerted manner to bring growth in the days to come. And it's important for us, unless you put effort in technology and science, our position in the Committee of Nations or a group of nations in terms of economic power will not increase, because it will grow to some level as that we are the fourth largest economy at this point. But if it does go to third position or even a second position, it won't be easy. It will be possible only if you are creators of knowledge. And let us all understand that we were creators of knowledge once. Maybe thousands of years back, we were the places where fresh knowledge was always created. And the place where we created universities, we created education institutions, and we had great talents in mathematics. Recently, I was reading about one of the Mahava School of Mathematics, and we are going to build some little more work on that to bring up some documentation of all of that. And what type of knowledge existed at that point in time, and where all it went, and how it actually moved across continents to other parts of the world as knowledge, and later came back to us. Today we know about the our understanding about the solar system, about the time, about mathematics, knowledge, infinite series, trigonometry. I think all of this were existing at that point in time, but then it got systematically destroyed. Metallurgy, for example, it was one of the leading metallurgists of the world were Indians. Look at zinc manufacturing. I have read through that and found out that zinc was extracted only in India, nowhere else in the world. And zinc was purchased from India by the Europe to make bronze out of copper. So nobody else knew. And this knowledge was captured, and those whole clan of who built zinc were destroyed. Same was the case with steel manufacturing. And steel was manufactured only in Tamil Nadu, southern part of the country. Some part of them systematically destroyed. All those people who were killed or butchered, and the knowledge moved out of the country to some other part of the world. And this is a story, if you can unearth it through understanding the literature, I think it will be a great thing to be aware of it and to be proud of. And also to be aware of the fact that it can happen anytime if you are so careful about it. That anything that you do need not remain forever. The story of the world, universe, if you look at it, really, things goes through cycles of changes. And if whoever is not careful about it, whoever is not conscious about it, will always face it. So you need to be aware of it, to be understanding how cultures get evolved and that get destroyed, taken off. And for that, we need to work together to ensure that it is protected, preserved, be proud of, and creators of new knowledge. That's why a new nation, when you look at it, that we should become creators of knowledge, not followers. At some point in time, it takes time, it takes great effort, and takes great vision and leadership to build it. And this can happen only if all of us come together and understand that we were great people once, and we can be great always. And this confidence has to be given to the young people. I think that is why stories like this need to be told. Always in our culture, storytelling is always a culture to narrate how good and bad is identified, the right and wrong is identified. Teaching is done through storytelling. Our culture is always part of the storytelling, not telling just abstracts. I think this must continue, and happy to see that all of you are here together to talk about what is our and what is our vision for science and technology in various domains and how global contribution can fit into it. And we are in a university, because I come from a university board now, so I am not fully in the university. I am only a chancellor. Chancellor has a very less job, and there are a lot of other people in the management and in the conduct of the university. So the university has a great vision. Today, the university, Chanakya University, was created out of collective philanthropy of building a university there. At Bangalore, just near the airport, we would like to build a research-based university. Why research? Because in India, the research happening in universities have no connection to industry yet. I think this is a big issue. In the US, it is not the case. I think many of you are strongly connected to building solutions to the problems that is faced by the industry ecosystem. This is not the culture in India, unfortunately. There are great knowledge there, but they do not solve the problems of day-to-day basis, and they don't create values in the industry. So what we need today is an industry research connect, and how to really feed and fund research activities through the industry support. And this movement of people across industry and academia becomes an important agenda in India, which is still not happening. But then that is a focus by the government today. And recently they have announced many programs. Another is called Anusanthan National Research Foundation, which looks at how we can really create funds where public-private partnership will fund research activities where institutions can collaborate and then build specific topics and solve where significant funding can come. Recently, the government announced at least the scale of the funding will be 1.5 lakh crores or more. Maybe it will scale up ways to come. And the CEO has been appointed and they will look at it. But there are low funding schemes yet, but many of them are not immediately relevant in terms of productionization. But some of them are doing very well. For ISRO has its own research funding schemes, and other scientific institutions like CSIR, BST, Bio, they have their own schemes, which is really good, but not big in scale like what we do. The government need to fund significantly in research funding, but private also become an active partner. The private industry in India still not come to that level of utilizing research, academia research into the product and innovation. This is one of the problems that we see. But the good part of the story is in India, there are a lot of startups and companies now emerging. One of the effort by the government in terms of building startup ecosystem has really produced results. There is a Startup India movement. Now today in India, there are 1.5 lakh startups in different domains. In space itself, there are 300 startups registered with our in-space entity. So it shows that there is a growing interest in startup culture, and some of the startup people are heroes in our country. They become, they come to the magazine cover pages. For example, people who are building rockets, rocket boys are now in the cover pages of the magazines, and they are actually valued very highly in countries, both building rockets and satellites. So it's a change in culture that's happening. Entrepreneurial spirit is actually growing in the country, and we need to support it through funding and support and knowledge from across the world. We also have to create markets for. I think this is also important. How they will really behave well in other parts of the world. So collaboration with the US and technology institutions in India has been really a focus attention. I had a fortune to come here for discussions on this in the past with the delegation of the government to look at how high technology collaboration can really help us. I think all of you may be aware of those type of efforts. I think we need to pay attention to this aspect, how Indian research people here, not only Indian companies, they need to access the high technology components that are there in the US for faster innovation that can happen and feed into US ecosystem. I think that will really help. And this was agenda that we put in front of the US administration. Possibly this will be something which you should work and then make it happen. So all your support needed for a few things which I conclude. One, to build great universities in India, because that collaboration is required, who are part of industry, who are part of academia, should help industry, students in India to learn either through online and other mechanisms. We should also ensure that there is technology collaboration happening in Indian industries and the US. And these two are very, very important. And from Chanakya University, we greet you. And from the technology community in India, we greet you and say that all the very best. And also want to thank specifically, I heard from Ajay the concept of spirituality, because this is a question which many people ask me when they see me as a scientist in India. India also we have this problem. People don't understand what they themselves claim, that don't think that it is all here only. Outside India, within India also there are same problem. They don't understand where they belong. So this is a serious issue, and people even ask me why the meaning of spirituality. Something which is still not understood. You brought it very clearly, the difference between beliefs and your inquiry. All of us say that our spirituality is based on inquiry and reasoning and logic, and it is not based on any blind faith. Tell them that we are scientists while we are in the spiritual domain. The scientists always have the nature of inquiry, to find out reasoning for what they see. Possibly they may make hypotheses because they have not understood, and they will find out experiments to prove them. And it is exactly the same for people who look at spirituality. The only difference is the scientists do it in the physical domain, whereas the spiritual people just look at it in a different domain, which is more of internal nature and that external. So the inquiry processes that we created in our culture is something very, very, very scientific. And we must tell our young people that we are all scientists ultimately, even those who are seekers. And that is very important for us, for them to understand and appreciate it. Thank you so much and all the best.
I want to show you as well as Brahmaji. On the dais, we have Dr. Ajay Hoge. Many of you know his introduction as Sir Sangha of Southeast Sambar, but he's also chairman of GIST, Global Indian Scientists and Technocrats. So, Brahmaji, this is for your information. GIST is focusing on only 3 areas. What is that we can do to the Mathrubhumi, Bharat? Second, how we can contribute to the adapted land, the Karmabhumi. The third one is to see how we can complementary and supplementary way work with the Indian knowledge system, especially in terms of getting right recognition for our the sages and rishis, with what they have done the profound contribution to the man.
So let's give one more round of applause to Dr. You know, carrying the diet with the great two visionaries, one who believes in educating about our values in a simplistic way, not only to the first generation who have forgotten or sometimes we haven't taken time to learn about our own values where we come from the culture and all, to the second generation, to the third generation, and how it is impacting the people who are residing in the United States. So that's a great thing to hear from Mani Brahmaji. And now, Dr. Somanathan talking about how scientists and the technocrats and the innovators can contribute. You know, one thing that struck is that how many of us remember, or how many of you remember, 5 years ago something major happened in the United States, something called COVID, right? So a lot of people doubted, including myself, as to how the country at that time of 1.3 billion people can really deal with the COVID, and a lot of people doubted, and a lot of people ridiculed, to be honest with you. And India, or I call very fondly Bharat, proved to the world that we can not only take care of our own people, but we can actually take care of other people. So we need to vaccine, right? So there's a similarity in what Dr. Somanathan said, which it's again very inspiring, right? ISRO and many other organizations under the leadership of Dr. Somanathan not only have created and proven to the world that we have the knowledge, we have the capability to create indigenous the technology that can reach the moon, first attempt soft landing on the South Pole. But now we're also talking about sharing that knowledge to other countries. You know, it goes with what's deeply rooted in our own dharma, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, right? I think even in G20, you know, our Honorable Prime Minister Ji said that, right? One earth, one life, one family. It's just like you see that from people like Brahmaji to now Dr. Somanathan, and obviously our all inspiration and the great leader Modi Ji. So it just makes us to be more energized, more inspired. And thank you for sharing the story, and looking forward to how the Chanakya University can really create the future leaders. I was just reading again and again. Their mission is basically nurturing future-ready leaders. Nurturing future-ready leaders, but there's a caveat, using the values and the knowledge and connecting that to the purpose, which I think for all of us and also back in Bharat, the purpose is very simple. By 2047, we want to see the Bharat to be the Vikasit Bharat. So I think with that, I'm going to request Dr. Srinivasan to do, sorry, Dr. Sitaraman to do the vote of thanks. Dr. Sitaraman.
Respected dignitaries, Somnathji, Anilji, and Ramati. That was very inspiring, right? At least one more round of applause. I know it's been 2 days. In fact, I'm not just keeping you from the food. In fact, I have an Uber waiting and a flight waiting that we have to catch. But I still want to take some time to give this vote of thanks because many people were involved in setting up this amazing 2-day event. So in terms of planning and, Sumitji, he's been doing a great job. Prakashji, and of course, Reloti. So they were a big part, and now Prakashji here has been helping a lot with the logistics. So without them, we are all not here. Next is there are a lot of volunteers, right? Many volunteers, many of you got picked up, many of you are going to get dropped off. So without all the volunteers here locally, we would not have been able to do it used to. So thank you for that. We had a lot of amazing sessions, great moderators and session chairs, a lot of speakers from India. So thank you all for having a wonderful session and moderating and a lot of panelists. Then logistics, I hope the accommodation was satisfactory. Food was amazing and a lot of people were involved in that. And they are so when you see them, thank them for the hospitality. See, the best part of being here is the time that we all spent during breakfast, lunch, dinner, talking to each other outside. See, that's why we come for these events. It's so energizing. You get energized and then you go back and do what best you can do to contribute, right? So thank you for all the volunteers. All of them have come from so many different cities and even countries, right? To come all the way here. So big round of applause. Yeah, I want to call out the next generation. Interns should come all the way. Himanshu, not yet. Okay, Jacob and Yash. So interns and young generation, they're also here. They're a big part of this whole event. So thank you all for coming. So I think with that, I think we can close and thank you all. Have a safe journey.
We will have a group photo here.
Group photo. Okay, thank you. Please,
So we will
come
have
in front for a group
we will
photo.
have the table here. We all will. Oh, that's good.
नमस्ते सभी को
We'll have 3 rows. We'll have 3 rows.
Yes.
Back rows. Quickly. I Satyadeep. Quick. Praise.
We have lunch in cafeteria. We have lunch 1 p.m. in cafeteria.